All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So chapter 1 in the yellow book was what you had to read between Monday and today. I don't know what happened to yesterday. Feels like yesterday is just like a blip. And then you took the test on or you were supposed to take the test on page 181. Did everybody do that? Everybody take the test? Did everybody grade it using the answer key on page 201? Did you guys grade that? Okay. When I call your name, if you can tell me either how many you missed, or you can use this grading scale that, if you missed 2, you got a 90. If you missed 5, you got a 75. They're each worth 5 points apiece. If you just want to tell me how many you missed, I'll do the math for you. Candy? Thank you. Tyler? Josuel? Thank you. Sonia? Thank you. Amaris? Thank you. Is it Amaris or Amaris? It's Amaris. Amaris. I'll try to remind me. Elena? Thank you. Claudia? Thank you. Alyssa? Very good. All right. And no questions on anything that you read? Okay. Should have gone along a little bit with what we talked about in class. So since Monday was so long ago, let's do a quick review and make sure that we learned what we needed to learn from Monday, because today we're going to build on that. And if we don't really remember these things, what I'm going to present to you today isn't going to make a whole lot of sense. So how do we know what to do with each patient? The care plan. And we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but, what does that mean? Nothing but the care plan. What does it mean? Okay, yeah, no more, no less. We can't change it. You are going to have on the written test 3 or 4 questions that are specifically written to try to trick you into changing the care plan. So do we ever change a care plan? No matter what we see, hear, smell, or feel? No. Okay. So you're guaranteed to get 4 questions right. While we're performing the skills on the care plan, what should we also do? Observe. This is what sets us apart, or those observations and reporting. Because this is a part of your scope of practice, that observation and reporting, you are going to be held accountable for those observations, not liable. Remember, the nurse always has liability, but from an employment standpoint, if you don't pass something on, then there may be a written write-up or a verbal reprimand or something like that, because this is part of your scope of practice. So keep that in mind. So half of our job is to observe. Now, who are we reporting those observations to? The nurse, and not just any nurse, the nurse that you are reporting to. So whoever the nurse for that patient is. We're not going to go straight up to the DON, Director of Nurses. We're not going to go to the hospital administrator. We have to know our chain of command. And chapter 1 talked to you a little bit about your chain of command. But let's say, because I would love to tell you guys, oh my gosh, I really would love to tell you that every nurse you work with is awesome. I would love to tell you that. Unfortunately, it's simply not true. And there's going to be times where you report something to the nurse and they're like, yeah, whatever. And they don't address it. They just totally ignore you. They blow you off. If you report something and it's not being addressed, or if the nurse isn't receptive to that information, we've got to get that information in the hands of somebody that can do something about it. So in that case, you would go up a level of your chain of command. So whoever the charge nurse is, or the floor supervisor, or whoever the supervisor of the nurse is, that's who we want to go to. But I do want to tell you, sometimes you're going to report something and the nurse will go, yeah, okay, I got it, thanks. And they don't do anything with it. And you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Some things may seem important, but we don't really have to act on them because it's not important for this patient. So you can always ask the nurse, hey, did you remember I told you whatever, the blood pressure is high? And she may say, yeah, I've got it. I made a note of it. Everything is fine. You can go on your way. If you say, hey, do you remember I told you the blood pressure was high? And she's like, quit bothering me. Just do your job and go away. Now, that's something that would need to be reported. You guys kind of get the difference there? Okay. I really wish, like I said, I could tell you that all nurses are great nurses. They're not. They're just not. So those of you who find this very interesting, like to solve problems, go on for nursing. We need good nurses with good foundations. Good. All right. Every skill is going to start the same way. And if you remember Monday, we learned that this principle, the opening, is going to check off about a quarter of all of our checkpoints for each skill. So this is hugely important, hugely important. So every skill starts with an opening, and every opening starts with a knock. And that is a graded checkpoint. It's actually on the checklist. So if you don't knock, you're not going to get that checkpoint. So once we knock, now I do want to tell you, for the test, you don't have to wait for anybody to say come in. It's kind of an open door policy, where you just kind of knock on your way in. It's a courtesy knock. In a clinical setting, if that door is closed, don't just barge in there. Think about all the things you do behind closed doors. I mean, all the things you do behind closed doors. You don't want strangers walking in on any of it. Closed doors are closed for a reason. So if the door is closed, knock and wait. If you don't hear anything, knock again. Wait. If you still don't hear anything, crack the door open and ask, is everything okay in here? Because there may be a medical problem going on the other side of the door, but at least give them 2 knocks to, put themselves together. Good. But for the test, we don't have any of that. All we have to do is knock. We don't have to wait for a come in. There's no door that we're just going to knock. Once we get in the room, though, we have to address the patient. And you can say anything like hello, good morning, however you want to greet them, but you do have to greet them. You can't just walk in and say, hey, I'm here to give you a partial bed bath. Is that okay? There's a big difference between those two. So we have to make sure that we're greeting that resident. And this all goes right back to, it's always about the patient. So that's what all of these checkpoints are all about. So we're going to greet that resident. Once we've greeted them, we're going to verify their identity by name, not with an ID band. ID bands are not always accurate, and they're actually not supposed to be used for primary identification. That's the term, primary. It's not the thing that we go to first. It's not primary. And the reason is that those name bands can easily be wrong. And I'll give you a good example of this. This actually happened. My daughter had a little girl. Little girl got sick, my granddaughter. And my daughter took her daughter to the emergency room. And she filled out all the paperwork in the emergency room. And they put an ID band on my granddaughter. We get back into the back, and the nurse comes in, scans the ID band, and says, huh. Now, my granddaughter was like 2 at the time, super small. She says, huh, you don't look like you're 24. They had put my daughter's name band on my granddaughter. The person that puts the ID band on is a clerical person. They're not a nurse. Do you think they might occasionally make a mistake? This happens with pediatrics way more than you think it does, because who's the person checking in the pediatric patient? The parent. That's right. So their information is right there. So ID bands cannot be relied on as a primary source of identification. Make sense? The best way to identify somebody is to ask, what's your name? Or, what's your name again? Elena. If I came in and I said, hi, Jessica, how are you today? Now, you probably don't want what I have in store for Jessica, do you? So what are you going to tell me? I'm not Jessica. No, I'm Elena. Sorry. That you are the best source of identification there is. The very best source. But some of you are thinking, well, what about dementia, right? What if they have dementia? Well, remember that as CNAs, we follow the care plan. That means that a nurse has already seen that patient to develop the care plan. And something that the nurse would notice is the patient is unable to identify themselves, and they would have something in the care plan about how we're supposed to identify that patient. That system already exists for you. So we're always going to address our patient by name to identify them, unless the care plan tells us differently.
When you walk in, how do you know? I know that they have the plaques outside, but
They don't anymore.
Okay.
No.
Do they have something in the room that, do they still hang the clipboard?
No.
So how do you know who the patient is?
You're going to address them by name.
How do you know their name though?
You will get that in report, shift report. So when you come into work on shift everywhere you work, and you are relieving somebody going off shift, there's a period of time where those two things overlap. The people going off shift are still there. The people coming on shift are now there. And the people going off shift are going to tell everybody coming on shift everything they need to know about those patients. So you will have a shift report where you get that information. A lot of places are going to what we call walking reports or walking rounds, where this report is not done in a nurse's station somewhere or a conference room or anything like that. We actually go into each room and I say, the off-going person, hi, Miss Jones. I'm Patty. I was your CNA today, and this is Candy, and she's going to be taking over shift. Let me tell you a little bit about Miss Jones. Okay, so a lot of places are going to that type of report system for two reasons. Number one, it gives you an opportunity to introduce the new caregiver to the patient. So there's some continuity there. But the other thing is, we should not be talking about people behind their back. She has to be a part of her medical care. She's not a byproduct. We don't do stuff to her. We're doing things with her. There's a big difference between those two words. And by having walking rounds, we're now involving our patient in the communication system, which is a much, much, much better way of handling it. Good? Make sense? Now, it doesn't work real well when you've got a real pain in the rump patient, because you can't say it. You can't say, okay, this is Mr. Jones, and he is on the call light every 15 seconds, and he's miserable, and he's grumpy, and he always wants stupid stuff, and good luck. Can't say that. You shouldn't say that anyway. That's not information that needs to be relayed. He may have had a personality conflict with you, and he's going to be a complete angel for the other people. Make sense? So we're going to address that patient verbally by name. And what do they need to know about us? Right. I can't just walk in and say, hey, I'm Patty. Okay. So, Patty who? That doesn't help at all. That all they know is that I'm wearing pajamas and my name is Patty, but they don't. Am I the housekeeper? Am I dietary? Am I a transporter that's going to take them to the x-ray? Am I the surgeon? I mean, who am I? So they have to know your title too. And don't forget that this is an important part of patient communication. Now, this all sounds very boring, right? It's like, oh my gosh, I got to say all these words and who cares? And understand that this is very important from the patient perspective, not yours. And unfortunately, when we get into work, and this happens to everybody, this happened to me. It happens to everybody. Your first couple of weeks at work, you're a new kid on the block, you're anxious, you're scared, you want to get everything exactly right. You're putting your best foot forward, you're dotting all your I's, you're crossing all your T's, you're doing everything absolutely perfectly because you're new. But you do this for a while and it becomes routine. And you start cutting corners because you get complacent. And you don't care if that patient knows who you are. In fact, if they don't know my name, they're less likely to call me. And you start making abbreviations out of your care. Every single one of these is important. Don't cut them. It's human nature. I've said my name 14,000 times this shift. I was just in that room 10 minutes ago. She should know who I am. No, she shouldn't. She's medicated, self-absorbed, sleep deprived. You know, she's got all this stuff going on. She does not care about your name. You need to tell her every time you walk in. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Johns Hopkins University did a study on that. And it was, I think it was 27 or 29 different individuals every 24 hours. That's the average. That's not an ICU or any, that is the average. When you look at billing clerks, volunteers dropping off newspapers, dietary people that come and get the, get the order for what you want to eat. And then there's another dietary person that drops the tray off, and usually 2 different shifts. You've also got, medical personnel, nurses, CNAs, 2 every day, right? Oh yeah, phlebotomy, housekeeping comes in. Sometimes clergy members will come in, doctors, nurse practitioners, hospitalists. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And we all look alike. Yes, we're all wearing different color scrubs, but we're all wearing scrubs. They don't care that you're in wine and you're in navy. It doesn't matter to them. They can't tell them apart. And I think it's a little obnoxious of us to try to make them memorize. Okay, nurses are in navy. They're not going to remember. So make sure they know who and what you are. And then we're going to tell them, yeah, what are we there for? I'm here too. Fill in the blank. You use your own words, that's fine. Or you can read it right off the care plan. That's fine too. Nobody cares as long as that patient knows what you're about to do with them. That's the important part. We have to get this from the patient. What is this? Permission, consent. Yes. And then once we get that, then we can close the curtain. Is that curtain clean? Who touches it? Everybody. So now that you've touched that curtain, what do you need to do? Go wash your hands. Now, should you get your supplies before you wash your hands? Why? That's right, cross-contamination, absolutely. So we're gonna wash our hands and then gather our supplies. But our cardinal rule here is don't touch the patient until your hands are clean. So if you walk in that room and you touch that patient for any reason, if I do this, and this happens during the test quite a bit. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? All right, I'm just going to go close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Seems very innocent, doesn't it? But it violated our cardinal rule. Don't touch the patient until your hands are clean. Make sense? Super important. All right, so that was the opening. Anybody practice the opening at home? Anybody write it down on a flashcard, put it on your mirror at home? You should, because next week, we're going to get into some bigger skills. And this stuff is going to look like small fries. This is going to look like stupid easy. But if you haven't practiced it, trying to throw big skills on top of this when you don't have this down complicates things quite a bit. So take the time now to get your building blocks out of the way so that next week when we get into big skills, you've got that under your belt and we can just roll right through. So the closing is a little bit different than the opening because the opening, the order matters. The order matters. It has to be done in that order. Closing, we don't care. Order does not matter here. However you want to do this, except for the last three. The order for the last three, super important. But these things, we don't care how you do them. What kind of environment do we need to leave them in? Clean, that's right. Leave your patient looking better than you found them. The bed height needs to be in the lowest position. We're going to talk about that. So if you raise the bed up to a comfortable working height, and you can, this bed actually does raise up to a comfortable working height. Now, this is a semi-electric bed, which means to get the bed up, we have to use the crank. So this little crank at the bottom, if you crank it, this whole bed goes up. And you can raise the bed to a comfortable working height for any skill you want to raise it for. Completely up to you. It's not a graded checkpoint. You never have to raise the bed during the test. Not a graded checkpoint. But you can if you want to. If you do, that has to happen. Because if you don't lower that bed at the end of the skill, it doesn't matter how good you did the skill, it's an automatic failure. We're going to talk about why. It's not the reason you think. It's not the reason you think. We're going to talk about why a little bit later, but the bed height has to be in the lowest position. Now, I'm kind of lucky here. I'm short. Right? Bed's not too far for me. So you're not going to see me raise the bed up for any skill. So that means at the end of the skill, I don't have to put it back down. It's already in the right position. Those of you that are taller, you may need to raise that bed up. Just remember, this is important. Lower that bed at the end of the skill. We have to ask them a specific word. What word does the test need to hear from us? Comfortable. You have to say the word. Comfortable. And then one of the things about comfort is emotional comfort. So we're going to address preferences. Would you like a magazine? Would you like the TV remote? Can I hand you your phone? Would you like a crossword puzzle book? Something, right? They need some emotional support here if we're going to be leaving them. So for the test, we use magazine for everything. Just makes it easy. Would you like a magazine before I go? Kind of stands in place of all these other things. But just make sure that you're addressing this during the test. Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine? And then we want to make sure the patient is covered. Now, no knobby knees, right? So they can be covered with clothes. They can be covered with a sheet, but they have to be covered at the end of the skill. They're looking for this. I want you to think about how vulnerable this person is. I mean, think about it for a second. She's laying down. She is dressed in a hospital gown. She's in a strange place, surrounded by strange people. And she's probably not wearing a whole lot under that gown. How vulnerable do you think she feels now? Very. That's what that checkpoint is all about. We're going to talk about cold a little bit later. It's probably pretty cold too. All right. After we were somewhere in there, doesn't have to be after, somewhere in there, we're going to open that privacy curtain. Don't leave the privacy curtain closed for all patients all the time. It isolates the patients. They won't heal as well. They tend to get depressed. People without any type of social interaction usually have a negative response to treatment. So we want that curtain open. If the patient says, no, leave it closed, that's fine, but that's an observation. Who needs to know? The nurse. You may say, hey, Miss Mary wants her curtain closed, and she wanted it closed earlier today. Come to think of it, she hasn't had her curtain open all day. That nurse may say, okay, it's fine. She's just resting, no problem. But the nurse may also go, let me go check on Mary and see if she's okay. Depression is a very real thing with patients that are ill and injured, and it's something we need to be paying attention to. Patients that are self-isolating, generally, that's the first sign that they're depressed. Good? So, small observation. I mean, this is tiny. Who cares? They want their curtain closed. It doesn't matter, but it does. You guys see that? Little things. All right. So after we open the curtain, we'll give them their call light. These two things, doesn't matter the order you do. The curtain is dirty. Yes, so is the call light. Patients in bed, scratch what itches. And then they hit the call light to tell you about it. Those call lights are not clean. Either is the curtain. I don't care which one you touch first. Nobody cares. They're both dirty. But now that we've touched those things, what do you think we should do? Wash our hands, get those cooties off. Absolutely. And then if we have to document, that has to happen after hand washing. But our rule here is that we have to end the skill with clean hands. So once we've documented, we're going to wash our hands again and then not return to the patient. Now, if you go onto YouTube and you watch some of the other skills videos that are out there, you're going to see this a lot. They will do the skill, they'll go wash their hands, and then they come back and say, okay, Miss Jones, here's your call light. Oh, that's stuck. Here's your call light. Is there anything else? Are you comfortable? Good. Okay. And now my skill is done. Yeah. Are my hands clean? So I did not end skill with clean hands. Does that make sense? Crazy, right? Something that small, but it has a big impact. So one of the things that happens when I'm putting videos up on YouTube, we get a lot of comments. I mean, most of my videos have hundreds, if not thousands of comments. And one of the things that I get a lot is, well, I only missed 2 things on this skill. Why did they fail me?
Because it creates, you can contaminate a resident.
Okay.
It makes them, when you leave, you need to leave them in best possible chance to stay healthy.
Absolutely. We want to give them the best possible chance. So let's break that statement down for just a second. I only missed 2 things. Not just how important were they to the patient? What effect are those two steps going to have on the patient? Now, the second part of that is, why did they fail me? Do you think the evaluators fail you?
You failed yourself because you didn't learn the process.
Okay, that's right. The evaluators are not there to pass you. They are not there to fail you. That is not their role. They are there to watch what you do, put check marks on a paper when you do something right, and then put that information into the computer. The evaluators do not fail you. Your actions are what will pass you or fail you. Remember that. If you can adjust your thinking in that way, this test becomes easier. They're not out to get you. So you have to end the skill with clean hands and a patient who feels cared about as well as cared for. So we've learned these 3 principles. So out of the 11, we got 3 down, 8 to go. And we're going to concentrate on one of those now. So let's talk about hand sanitizer. This one's in the wrong place, but we'll go ahead and talk about it. So when we're talking about hand washing, we saw the video, right? We wet our hands, we get lots of soap because bubbles count. We bring our hands together, we look at the clock once we start rubbing. How long do we have to rub for? 20 seconds. And we're going to get all surfaces, the wrists, the backs of the hands, in between the fingers, in between the thumb and index finger, bottom of the hand by the pinky. And this has to take at least 20 seconds. And then we'll go down each one of our nails with our thumb. And then we'll circle our nails on the palm of our hand. And then we can rinse, right? But I can't just get some soap and do this and rinse and think my hands are clean. They're not. Good? All right. So in a lot of clinical settings, we don't use hand washing because that whole process takes forever. We use hand sanitizer. Now, hand sanitizer is a good product. In fact, in some ways, it's superior to hand washing in the fact that it breaks down the actual membrane of the bacteria or the envelope of the virus. So it actively kills the pathogens, and that's a good thing. It's a very good thing. So in some ways, hand sanitizer might be preferred in some settings, but there's 2 things that this does not work on. One of those is norovirus. Anybody see the headlines? Second cruise ship this week now has norovirus on board. Norovirus spreads like wildfire. One person on a cruise ship that has norovirus, you will end up with roughly 40% of the cruise ship affected. That's all it takes. Because hand sanitizer does not work on it. You can sanitize your whole body and it doesn't work on norovirus. Now, norovirus is nasty stuff. It makes you throw up. It comes out the other end. It lasts for 3 or 4 days. You feel like death. It's horrible, horrible, horrible. And if you think norovirus is bad, C. diff is its older cousin. C. diff is horrible intestinal problems for 6 to 8 weeks. And if you're already fighting something else, C. diff can kill you. Not killed by hand sanitizer. So hand sanitizer can be used in some cases, in some settings, with some patients, but it is not a cure-all. Hand washing still has to be done in certain settings. So if you have a note on the door that says hand washing required, that does not mean hand sanitizer. That means you got to go to the sink and wash your hands. But the real problem with this is Jeremy. Isn't he cute? The real problem with hand sanitizer is we don't use it right. When we use hand sanitizer, we usually do something like this. A little bit. We rub it together, and we're done. If you read the bottle of hand sanitizer, in order for it to be effective, you have to have enough to keep your hands wet for at least 20 seconds. That means you've got to use a lot. And we don't just rub the front or the palms of our hands, just like hand washing. We need to rub the tops of the hands by the wrist, the backs of the hands between the fingers, in between our thumb and index finger, and the bottom of our hand by our pinky. Where did we hear that before? Hand washing. So if we're using hand sanitizer, it has to be used the same way we wash our hands. And if we don't, we haven't killed all the pathogens on our hands. Good. But if we do use it right, and we've killed all those pathogens, where do they go? There's no pathogen graveyard. Where do those pathogens go once you kill them? They're still on your hands.
Right.
They're dead, but they're still there. So I don't know about you, but eating my tuna salad sandwich with a side of dead E. coli is no more appetizing than eating my tuna fish salad with a side of live E. coli. So if you're going to bring your hands up near your face, you should wash them. Because when you wash your hands, those pathogens go right down the drain. They're not there at all. If you use hand sanitizer, those pathogens are dead, but they're still there. Does that make sense?
Wash your hands at the end of everything anyway.
So you want to wash your hands before you eat, drink, smoke, or talk on the phone. You also want to wash your hands after you do those activities. Good? Questions?
Yeah, how do you keep your hands from getting chipped?
Ah, good lotion. Good lotion. You want to find what works for you. Everybody's body chemistry is a little bit different. So for some people, just a general, dollar store lotion is fine. Other people need something that's a little bit more penetrating. So you'll have to find what works for you. Now, I've got the best friend in the whole world, hands down. My best friend is awesome. Every year, she buys me, there's this lotion that is absolutely amazing. I can't afford it for myself. She buys me an entire year's worth of lotion every Christmas. That is my Christmas present. So I have really nice high-end lotion that works like a dream. It's a little pricey, but she gets it on Christmas sales. And she's got a couple of friends that are nurses, so she gets a big bunch of it and just distributes it out. That lotion works well for me. You might work well with Eucerin over the, at Walgreens or whatever. You might work well with Working Hands. You might work well with the Udder Cream that Dollar General sells. You got to find what works for you, but use it. Use it. So we've mastered these 3 principles. So now we're going to learn how to put these to work. So if you go to page 52 in your book, we are going to learn our first skill. I'm actually almost done editing this new skill. So we retaped the skills, and I'm editing them now. And I am like this close to being done with this new skill. So I'm hoping by this weekend, we'll have this new one up on our website. And I did it in really kind of a unique way. So I'm really excited about what's happening with this skill, with our new video series. So this is an introduction to the skill. And if you look at it, it says measure and record radial pulse. That is the title of the skill according to the test. Measure and record radial pulse. That word radial tells you where the pulse is. radial pulse. I'm going to help you learn where the radial pulse is in just a minute, but it's important that you understand that there are lots of pulse points on the body. You've got a carotid pulse way up here underneath your jaw. You've got axillary pulses in your armpits. You have a brachial pulse in your elbow area that we're going to use for blood pressure on Monday, next class. You've got a radial pulse at the wrist. You have femoral pulses in your groin area, popliteal pulses behind the knee, and dorsal pedalis pulses on the tops of your feet. So you have pulse points in a lot of different places on your body. There's also something called an apical pulse, and that means we take a stethoscope and we listen at the heart. Thump, 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 thump. And if you count those, that's a pulse. That's called an apical pulse. But this care plan that we're going to see in a minute and the title actually indicates to us which one of those we need to use. So which one do we need to use? The radial at the wrist. That's right. If we do anything else, we're not following the care plan. What do you think is going to happen to our score? So this happens quite a bit. I told you on Monday that this was the most failed skill on the test. And a lot of students get they try to get fancy. They think if they go over and above, it's better. Oh, we have to follow the care plan. We don't get fancy. That's not our role. But a lot of students will take a stethoscope and listen to the heart and count that for the pulse. Is that following directions? No. So we've got to be careful to understand. This is why I spent so much time on Monday talking about that care plan, because I know none of you are going to do that. You're going to read that care plan and you're going to do exactly what it tells us to do because you know that that's our role. You guys, I know, are still very nervous about the test. I know that. But I'm going to tell you that you have enough information right now without learning any of the skills. You have enough information to pass the state exam. You do. As long as you follow that care plan, you do your opening and you do your closing and you treat the patient like a person, you will pass the test. Now, I'm going to teach you how to do all of the skills. But if you don't do those things, you will fail. You have enough information right now to pass the test. I want to make you perfect at it. So we're going to learn the skills. But remember, you already know a lot of what you need to know. So if you look here, these are the principles that are governing this skill. They're all spelled out here. So what skill rules? Care plan is going to tell us what to do. We're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to take your pulse. Is that okay? I'm going to go wash my hands, close your curtain, wash my hands, and get my supplies. We know the closing. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Bed is in low position. Environment is clean. Here's your call light. Would you like a magazine? Are you comfortable? I'm going to open the curtain, go wash my hands. Document, wash my hands again. So we know how to do that. So looking through here, there's a couple of things we have to learn pulse, but we already know all these other checkpoints. This is the Cliff Notes version, short and sweet version of this skill. This is a video that shows you how to do the skill. And then down here is our test-specific information. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 5 minutes or less. This is going to be done on a live testing student. That person will be positioned in bed, and charting is required. Now, normal pulse rates are between 60 and 100. Normal pulse rates are between 60 and 100. But for the test, you can be off by 4 beats in either direction. So let's say as the evaluator, I get 76 for a pulse. If you got 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, or 80, you're still considered accurate. 4 beats in either direction. So this skill is not about accuracy, guys. They know over time you'll get more accurate. That's not really what they're grading you on here. They're grading you on reading and following that care plan. Good? Make sense? You do need to know your normals. Normal pulse is between 60 and 100. So when you're looking at this, we already know skill rules. We already know the opening and the closing. I know you know them because we just went over them. But there's something that you don't know that we need to know in order to do this skill, and that is glove rules. Glove rules are going to be located on page 40. We have to evaluate gloves in every skill we do. So this is one of our big 4. I have a video on this that you can watch, but we're going to talk about this in class here today. Because gloves are probably one of the most misunderstood areas of healthcare. So these are the big 4: skill rules, opening, glove rules, and closing. You're going to find these in every single skill that we do. But let's talk about glove rules specifically. Everything I'm about to tell you, all of the notes are going to be located on page 41. And there's a principle here that we have to learn. But in order to learn this principle, we're going to look at an example that has nothing to do with healthcare. Nothing at all. We're going to build a sandwich. Have you guys ever gone to a place where they built a sandwich right in front of you? Now, you don't want them touching that sandwich with their hands, right? What do you want them to wear? Gloves, yeah. Why? Why is that? Why do you feel better when they're wearing gloves? Oh, it keeps your food clean, right? Right? We're all in agreement. We don't want a sandwich made by bare hands. That's gross, right? Let's build a sandwich. So we're going to put our gloves on, and I'm going to build the sandwich. You guys are going to help me. So what kind of bread do you want? White. So I'm going to go over to the bread cart, open it up, and get a loaf of white bread and put it on the counter. I'm going to pick up that knife that's sitting there, and I'm going to cut that bread in half and fold it over. Now we need some condiments. Do you want some mayonnaise? So I'm going to reach in that, well, let's cut the bread. There's the knife. I'm going to reach in that little mayonnaise container thing with that spatula, get some mayonnaise, and I'm going to spread it all on that bread and put it back in the mayonnaise thing. And what about some other sauces? You want honey mustard, spicy mustard, ranch, spicy mustard. So I'm going to grab one of those bottles, tap it, squirt it, and put the bottle back. That sounds good. Okay. So once we have the mayonnaise and mustard on there, we're going to put some bacon on because everything's better with bacon. So I'm going to reach in that package and get my bacon and put it on the sandwich as well. What kind of meat would you like? Turkey. So I'm going to open up the little refrigerator underneath the counter, and I'm going to grab a package of turkey and close that refrigerator. And I'm going to put the turkey on the sandwich after taking it out of its little plastic wrapper thingy. And how about some cheese? What kind of cheese do you want? American. So I'm going to open up the cheese drawer, look for the cheese, and we're out of American. I've got to go back to the big walk-in cooler. So I'm going to open up the walk-in cooler and go in. And inside that walk-in cooler are going to be little bins of cheese. So I'm going to grab one of the little things of cheese and bring it over to the slicer. And we're going to slice some cheese. And then I'll come over and put the cheese on the bread. Do you want that toasted? Oh, say yes. Sure. Let's get this toasted. So I want to toast this, but unfortunately it's currently being used. So we got to wait our turn. So I'm just going to kind of hang out here and Yeah, my hand's probably going to go on the counter. Yeah. So by the time the toaster is free, we're going to put our item in the toaster, touch the dial, turn it on, and we're going to stand there and wait. Once it dings, we're going to use the paddle to take that sandwich out and put it back on the counter. Now, do you want some lettuce on that? So I'm going to reach into that lettuce bin, shake out some lettuce and put it on the sandwich. What about some tomatoes? Do you want some tomatoes? I don't remember. What's your name? Do you want some tomatoes? Okay, so I'm going to reach over and grab some tomatoes. Any other condiments like or toppings like olives, pickles, onions, peppers? Pickles? You want the garlic pickles? Okay, so I'm going to grab those, squeeze them out because they're always really juicy, and put those on. Do you want anything else? Salt, pepper, oil, vinegar? No? Okay, so we're just going to wrap up that sandwich now. We're going to go over to the little thing where we type it in and get our sticker, and then you're going to go pay. Now, in some places, I might even take the payment and hand you the cup. Are you ready to eat that sandwich?
Sounds kind of gross at this point.
Why? They wore gloves.
Yeah, but everything they touched was contaminated.
But you just told me that you wanted them to wear gloves. Didn't you? Didn't you?
You're supposed to.
For sanitary reasons, touching the everything. Because what happens is that somebody else is touching the meat and they go into the refrigerator and then they touch that very handle that you just pulled open to go get the cheese. And then not only that, the bacon wasn't actually cooked when they pull it out. So all that just ended up in your sandwich with cheese, tomato, and everything else.
Okay, so did those gloves do what you thought those gloves were doing? No.
Not what the company thinks either.
But before I showed you this, less than 5 minutes ago, you thought those gloves were a good idea. So what changed?
Because you're ingesting it, passing it from one item to another.
Okay, you're starting to realize that maybe those gloves didn't do what you thought they were doing. The problem here, guys, is that when you wear gloves on a regular basis, you stop paying attention to what those gloves are touching. Now, this is a real sandwich. I was the one that took all of these pictures. This was my sandwich, and I ate it. And I ate it because I have a good, healthy immune system that does need to work out sometimes. And this is an acceptable risk to me. I ate the sandwich, and it was delicious. I don't want you to stop eating sandwiches, but I do want you to be aware that wearing gloves all the time makes you unaware of what you're touching with those gloves. Now, why would that be important in healthcare? My immune system is good. Theirs isn't. Do you see that there's a difference here? You guys see that? So let's take a look real quick. Let's review this and see what those gloves actually touched. They touched the outside of the bread cart, the knife, the mayonnaise spreader, the sauce bottles, the outside of the bacon package, the cheese drawer, the door handle, the containers inside the cooler, the slicing machine, the table, oops, back here, the toaster oven controls, the paddle, the lettuce, tomato, and other toppings, the wrapper, and probably the little machine that they typed it all into. Were those gloves effective? Well, it depends on your point of view. If those gloves were intended to keep the workers safe, were they effective? Sure, worker didn't touch anything. If those gloves were intended to keep your sandwich safe, were they effective? So we have to understand that those gloves actually serve two purposes. They keep the worker safe and they keep whatever the worker is touching safe. Does that make sense? We got to figure out which one needs to take precedence. Good. If you are wearing gloves solely to keep yourself safe, you will do to that patient what you just did to that sandwich. Does that make sense? So since healthcare workers work in environments with lots and lots and lots of pathogens, we have to understand how pathogens actually spread. Because a lot of people go into healthcare thinking, I need those gloves to protect me. Because I'm working in a place with a lot of pathogens. It makes sense. So if that sandwich worker was wearing gloves to protect themselves from the sandwich, it was effective. So are these gloves going to be effective to protect you from the pathogens in the workplace? Well, probably. But is that the person that really needs to be protected here? So in order to understand that, we have to look at the chain of infection. Now, you have this in your book on page 123. So everything that I'm saying, you can go back and review, but this is the graphic on page 123. This is called the chain of infection. It's how infections spread from one person to another. It's super simplified, but it kind of, this is a healthcare model, but it explains in a pretty easy way to understand how infections get from one person to another. So first, you have to have a pathogen. No pathogen, no problem. If I don't have hepatitis C, I can't give it to anybody else. First, we have to have a pathogen. Now, the problem is that you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they have a pathogen. There's no little LCD screen on our forehead that says HIV, hepatitis, MRSA. It doesn't work like that. You can't always tell by looking at somebody whether they have a pathogen. So to protect both parties, we're going to wear gloves. If we're going to, on every patient, if we're going to touch blood or body fluids, anything coming out of the patient, because you just can't tell by looking at somebody. This is called universal precautions. We're going to talk about that a little bit more in a minute. So you have to have a pathogen to start with. But those pathogens, they need a nice warm place to live. Pathogens don't do good homeless. They don't live on surfaces very long outside of a human body or a reservoir of some sort. They just don't. So if I put hepatitis C right here on this table, within somewhere between 30 minutes and 2 hours, it's all dead. It doesn't live outside of the home, wherever it called home. Okay? They have to have a nice, warm, dark, moist place to live. Now, the thing about this, though, is that their home is very homey. They like it there. It is a comfortable environment for them. They're not trying to break out. This is a nice place for them. They want to stay there. In fact, the only way that you can get a pathogen out is to pretty much force them to leave. Now, we do that through body fluids. You get a cut, you start bleeding, it forces those pathogens out. They aren't trying to break out. They have to have a doorway out. Just like I can't get through that wall into the next unit, I have to go out a door. The same thing with pathogens. They can't go through a wall. They have to go out a door. And they need some help. Can't just open the door. You kind of have to kick them out. Now, once you've got a pathogen inside a human body, we have a couple of different doorways that they can use. Eyes, those are doorways. Stuff can get in, stuff can come out. Nose, stuff can go in, stuff can come out. Mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. Those are all doorways. We call these wet body openings. And here's a list of them. Wet body openings. So your patients, wherever they are, if they have pathogens inside them, those pathogens have to escape through one of these doorways. This is it. This is the only way a pathogen can get out. They do not drill through the skin. This is why you can reach over and touch somebody's intact skin. Good? Makes sense? Okay. But once those pathogens get out, the story doesn't stop there because pathogens don't have feet and they don't have wings. They can't fly and they can't get around on their own. A pathogen that comes out of her requires a vehicle to get around. Now, in most cases, the vehicle is going to be blood and body fluids. Like 99% of our pathogens are spread through blood and body fluids. The blood and body fluids becomes the vehicle. Pathogens have to either flow through body fluids or float, either on air currents, very rare, or on droplets in the air currents, a little more common. So these are the only two ways that pathogens can get around. That's it. That is it. They have to float or flow. That's the only option open to them. They can't walk anywhere, they can't jump, and they can't fly. So if we have a pathogen that is airborne, and there are remarkably few pathogens that are airborne, I'm talking less than this many in the whole world that are spread through the air. If we have something that is airborne, it's very hard to contain it because the air is everywhere. Thankfully, most of our pathogens don't spread through air. The next one down is droplet. Now, droplet still spreads through the air, but in a little bit different way. It spreads through particles, droplets that come out of you when you're talking, laughing, coughing, sneezing. As I'm standing here talking, little tiny itty bitty bits of saliva come out. It's normal. Those are droplets. Now, droplets are heavier than air, but they're not too heavy, and they'll go out a little distance, usually no more than 6 feet. So if I have a pathogen in me that is spread through droplets, that means that the 6-foot area around me could have those droplets that have pathogens. Do you guys remember with COVID, how far did we tell you to stand apart from other people? So how do you think COVID was spread? Through droplets, that's right. So you're starting to see how we use the information that we know to be able to give guidance to help people stay safe. Make sense? Okay. So that's what that 6 feet rule is supposed to be, because if we have something spread by droplets, you probably don't want to be within 6 feet of the person spreading them. Makes sense. But droplets themselves, they don't go very far. They kind of go and then they drop down. So surfaces could be a problem here. Now remember I said pathogens don't live outside of the body for very long, but we still want to keep our surfaces nice and clean. Now the third way that pathogens get around, and this is the most common, is through blood and body fluids. Most common. That's how most pathogens get around. So the good news about this is that as long as you aren't touching other people's ickies, you're not really at risk. Good? Make sense? How they get around is called their mode of transmission. So we have airborne, we have droplet, and we have blood and body fluids, which we call contact, because I actually have to come into contact with those items, blood and body fluids. This is called the mode of transmission. So what does this mean to us? Well, if we come into contact with a pathogen, that pathogen isn't really a danger to us unless it has a way of getting in. It has to be able to get in a new person. If I have droplets on this table, it is not a risk to you at all. Not at all. If I have blood on the table, it's not a risk to you at all. It's got to get to you. But even if you came over and you put your hand here and you picked up a handful of pathogens, you're still not infected. It's on your skin. But remember, pathogens don't drill. They have to have a doorway. So what do you think a doorway might be that would let pathogens in? Yeah, the same doorways, the exact same doorways that let the pathogens out to begin with. So eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. So the same areas that let pathogens out can let pathogens in. So if you're going to put your hands up near your face in a clinical setting, what do you think you should do before you put your hands up here? Wash your hands, absolutely. Good, good. But even if we have a pathogen living in a patient that makes its way out through a doorway, travels through air, droplet, or body fluids, to me, gets on me, and then I let it get in me, I'm still not infected. There's still one more step we have to go through here. And that step is I have to be susceptible. Susceptible means that my immune system doesn't have the tools it needs to get rid of that pathogen. Just doesn't have them. So let me explain to you kind of how this works. So we're going to talk about immunity really briefly. This is a 5th grade review of how immunity works. But let's say that we've got some bad guys on the other side of that door, and they want to come in here and steal our balloons. Okay? Bad guys out there. Whole group of them. And they talk one guy into being the first one in the door to kind of test out our defenses and see what's happening in here. And that first pathogen walks in the door and he sees you because you're closest to the door. And you recognize, hey, that's a bad guy. We don't want him in here. And you bonk him over the head with that hand sanitizer bottle. Just bonk. And he got some resistance, so he runs outside. You didn't kill him. You just bonked him on the head. He goes outside and he tells everybody else, hey, when you walk in that door, there's a guy sitting there and he's going to bonk you on the head with a hand sanitizer. So the second one that comes in, he's expecting that. And he ducks a little to the right. You miss. You're up. So now you're going to have to figure out how to get rid of this pathogen or the bad guy. You pick up your iced tea bottle and you bang him. He runs out, tells everybody else. So the third pathogen that comes in, he already knows about the hand sanitizer. He already knows about the iced tea. You come up and you grab a knife and you stab him and he dies. Good job. Killed the bad guy. But what that does is that process creates immunity. Immunity means that one side has insider information about the other. So those bad guys, developed immunity to the hand sanitizer and the iced tea bottle. They knew it was there, and they knew how to avoid it. Make sense? Good? If your body, our bodies work the same way. If our body has seen a pathogen, common cold, it's gotten in through one of your doorways because it's droplet. Common colds are droplet. You breathed it in or rubbed your nose or whatever. You have pathogen in you now. If your body has never seen that pathogen before, it doesn't know how to fight it. So it's going to try the hand sanitizer and the iced tea bottle and 14 other things before it ever gets to the knife. Right? It takes a long time to figure out what you're going to use to kill that pathogen. This is what makes you sick. Because that pathogen is not dying and it's just multiplying, multiplying, multiplying and making you sick. Takes time. It would be a whole lot easier if your immune system had a little filing cabinet that said, hey, that's a bad guy. Let me look and see if we have a recipe to kill him. And looked in its filing cabinet, found the recipe. Hey, this looks like that guy. Let's try this. And they go straight for the knife and the bad guy's dead. Wouldn't that be much quicker? Much better? Now your immune system doesn't have to take all of that time and resources to try to figure out how to kill the pathogen. So if you have a pathogen that your body has seen previously and you were able to overcome, you have immunity to that pathogen. Your body already knows how to fight it, exactly what to do to kill it. You've got a step up. But we can also give those instructions through a vaccine. So if you've been vaccinated for hepatitis B, which most of you guys I'm sure have, what we did was we put the instructions, hey, if you see hepatitis B, this is how you kill it. That's what a vaccine does. It gives instructions to your immune system, so your immune system has a head start on how to kill that pathogen. So it has less of a chance to make you sick. So without those instructions, you are susceptible. With those instructions on board, you're usually able to overcome the pathogen before they can ever make you sick. So if your immune system has been trained on how to kill that pathogen, these are your white blood cells. If your immune system knows how to kill the pathogen, then it's not going to make you sick because your immune system will do what it's supposed to do and get rid of the pathogen before it invades your cells. And since most pathogens don't live for very long outside the body and they can't get in through the skin, they have to have a doorway in. That means that if we are going to go around any one of our doorways, we want to make sure that we aren't bringing pathogens in. But we also want to make sure that we are giving our immune system the very best information that we can and the best resources to be able to fight off any infection we do come across. So this means that you're going to have to participate in some self-care. You've got to get enough rest. You've got to eat right. You've got to exercise. Exercise plays a huge role in your immune system. Huge role. You've got to manage your stress because stress kills immune systems. Inflammation does. So we've got to do some self-care to make sure that we are putting our immune system in the best possible shape it can be in. So if we do come across any pathogens and we forget to wash our hands before we rub our eyes, we're not bringing those pathogens in. If we do, we have an immune system that's capable of killing them. So in order to get infected, you have to have a pathogen that's living in a host that finds a doorway out, is able to travel to you. You bring it into one of your doorways and you're susceptible. Only then can an infection actually occur? There's a whole lot of steps there. You can't just walk in somebody's room and get sick. So who's the one at risk here? The patient, because their immune system isn't working well. It's already fighting another war. So here's our rule. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into your holes. It really is that simple. That is infection control 101. If it came out of somebody else, it should not be going into you. And yes, that works for everything. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. This is how infections are prevented. Good? Make sense? I want to have t-shirts made that say cover your holes. So what do gloves do in this whole process, right? Because in healthcare, we think gloves. So what role do gloves play in this whole process? All gloves do is give you an extra layer. That's it. An extra layer. They don't prevent infection. They just give you an extra layer. If you don't understand everything we just talked about, and you put gloves on and you do this, those gloves did not help you a bit. Make sense? So you have to understand the chain of infection to know when gloves are appropriate and how to wear them properly. Otherwise, just wearing gloves all the time for any reason, you're contaminating your sandwich all over the place. But let's think about who actually needs this extra layer of protection, us or the patient. Yeah, well, we can't really cover the patient 100% head to toe in a glove. That doesn't work real well. So how do we make this work to benefit the patient? Well, in order to understand this, we kind of have to think about this in a little bit different way. Okay, so you have a pretty healthy immune system. It's already on standby. Your patient doesn't. We already know that we're the ones that are more protected in this scenario. Our patient is ill or injured. Their immune system currently working overtime. You don't want to give them another war to fight, because if we bring something to the patient, they may not be able to fight it, because remember, their immune system's already occupied. Who's going to fight the new invaders? You can't fight a two-front war very well. Remember, pathogens can't get in the skin. They can only get on the skin. They have to go in through a doorway. Now, this is where we come in. We've heard about this. We heard about this on Monday. Activities of daily living. Now, remember that ADLs, or activities of daily living, are what CNAs help patients with all day, every day. But if you look at this, there's a whole lot of holes here that we come into contact with. A whole lot of holes. So out of all of the healthcare providers, we are the ones that are most at risk, because we are touching blood and body fluids and patients' holes at an alarming rate. So if we don't get this right, we're going to give the patient something that they may not be able to fight. Remember I said 1 out of every 26 patients in a clinical setting contract something that they didn't come in with? Who do you think is the one giving it to them? So we really, really need to understand this. Good. Look at how many times we're touching a patient's holes. Almost every skill we learn how to do has some aspect of blood and body fluids involved. So, if those doorways can let pathogens out, they can also let new pathogens in. And if they can't protect them, your patient's going to be in trouble. So this is where gloves come in. Those gloves are not actually there to protect you. They're not. Those gloves are there to protect the patient. But if we don't use them right, we're going to put our patient at way more risk than they would be otherwise. So let's talk about that really quickly. Why this is so important. And in order to understand that, we have to look at what we think gloves do and what they actually do. So we're going to wear gloves anytime we touch any what I call ooey gooey that's not ours. Any wet, sticky body substances, blood, body fluids, anything like that. We're also going to wear gloves if we're going to touch personal skin. So this is skin normally covered by a bathing suit. Normally covered by a bathing suit. So breast area on women, genitals on both sexes. And this isn't so much from an infection control standpoint as it is a patient privacy and comfort standpoint. But there is still a risk of body fluids in these areas. So we're going to wear gloves if we're going to touch any areas normally covered by a bathing suit. We're also going to wear gloves if we're touching non-intact skin. Rashes, sores, wounds, anywhere that the skin is not intact. Remember, non-intact skin is a doorway out, but also in. Good? Questions? Because we can't tell if somebody has a pathogen just by looking at them, we're going to use this rule with everybody. Everybody. So if I'm going to touch body fluids on you because I'm helping you to the bathroom, I'm going to wear gloves. If I'm going to brush your teeth, that's body fluids. I'm going to wear gloves. If I'm going to be around a wound on you, I'm not going to look at you and go, yeah, you look pretty healthy. I don't need gloves. Because remember, those gloves aren't just there for me. Good? Let me tell you how serious I am about this. Many years ago, my oldest son was helping their dad. They were a couple hours away tearing down some stuff, and a piece of metal fell on his leg and scraped it like all the way down to the tendon at his ankle. My husband calls me up. What do? I gave him instructions how to, field dress it, bring him home to me. When he got home, I put on a pair of gloves, and he's like, Mom, why are you wearing gloves? I'm your son. And I said, yes, but they're there not just for my protection, they're there for yours. But also, you've been out of my sight for more than 15 minutes in your lifetime, and I don't know what you put where. You use gloves with everybody if you're going to touch open skin. Doesn't matter who. It's there to protect them as well. Good? Good. So when working with all patients, we're going to use these rules. This is called standard precautions. You'll also hear it called universal precautions. And this right here is on the written test. You will have a question from this slide on the written test. What is standard precautions? Or treating every patient as if they have an infectious disease is called. You need to know this. So anytime we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin on any patient, we're going to add an extra layer, gloves. So this is standard precautions or universal precautions because they apply to everyone. So if we're going to evaluate whether we need gloves. So if I'm going to do range of motion on this patient, she has no body openings that I'm going to touch. No wounds, no rashes, no sores, no incisions. All of her skin is intact. I'm working on her left arm. Do I need gloves? What do you think? No. No. Now, if she has a big incision on this arm, do I need gloves? So gloves are not based on the skill. They're based on the patient you're going to do the skill on, which is why we have to evaluate for every single skill whether we need gloves. Now, some of you, though, are going, but why can't we just wear gloves for everything? That way, I don't have to think about it. I can just walk in, put on a set of gloves, and not have to think about it. Well, then we become the sandwich maker. And we stop paying attention to what those gloves are actually touching. And who does that put at risk? The patient. So in order to minimize the risk to the patient, the first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. Anything I touch before the patient. So what's the first thing your gloves should touch? The patient. This is going to be hard for some of you. This is probably the hardest part of wearing gloves because you will want to put gloves on before you start the skill. Before you're going to put your gloves on and set up your supplies and get your patient ready and put on your privacy blanket and do all of those things. And what did that do to your gloves? Potentially contaminated them. So what's the first thing those gloves should touch? The patient. Once you've done your skill, pay attention to what you touch with those dirty gloves. Don't touch that curtain. Don't touch that call light. Don't touch the table. You're spreading pathogens all around that environment. And yeah, they may not live for long, but they're still going to live for a little while. We don't want to contaminate our environment. Make sense? We're also going to learn how to remove our soiled gloves correctly. I'm going to talk to you about this in just a minute. But before that, I want to talk to you about gloves themselves. So everybody, you've got gloves on the tables in front of you. I want you to put a set of gloves on for me while we're talking. Go ahead and grab a set. Okay, so these gloves are not the magic suit of armor that most people think they are. And it's a little eye-opening, actually. They've done 1 million studies on this where they'll have healthcare workers go to the sink, wash their hands really well. Like, we make them pay special attention, wash your hands really, really well. And then we culture those hands. Put that in a Petri dish. We're going to let it grow for 48 hours. We'll have that person go put on gloves. Right after we culture their hands, first thing they do, go put on gloves. And then we'll have them work on patients, whatever task they need to do. After they do that task, we have them take those gloves off. And we culture those hands again before they wash their hands. So they've worn gloves. What should be on their hands? If they wore gloves. They shouldn't have anything, right? Right? They wore gloves. They didn't touch the patient. They prevented pathogens, right? Well, maybe not. Every single time we do that experiment, pathogens grow. Every time. So what does that mean? Well, what that means is your gloves are not protecting you the way you think they are. Now, the reason for that is gloves are made out of a man-made material, either vinyl or latex. But man-made materials have holes. Now, they're microscopic. They're super small holes. You can't even see them, but they're there. And this proves that they're there. If you have a balloon like this, and we fill it up with helium, and we know that fabric has little microscopic holes, what do you think happens to those holes as we blow it up? They get bigger. So that balloon will hold helium for a little while, a couple days. But after a day or two, that balloon starts to deflate. And eventually you're going to end up with this little sad little balloon thing, right? Very sad looking. So how does this happen? Well, this happens because that helium escapes through the surface of the latex. It moves through. Now, you would think that those balloons over there would be a little better, right? They're like foil. But you leave those balloons for a little while, what happens? They deflate too. That's right. These things have little tiny holes. Now, those hold air or hold helium a little bit longer than these do, but the mechanism is still the same. What do you think our gloves are made out of? Same fabric. So that tells us that our gloves have holes. And if helium can get out of a balloon, pathogens can certainly get out of the glove. Does that make sense? Gloves are not the magic suit of armor you think they are. They provide an extra layer of protection. But if you remember, on Monday, we talked about the perfect environment for pathogens. Do you guys remember me saying warm, dark, moist? Well, when you put gloves on, what do they make your hands do? Sweat. I'm hoping that your hands are starting to get a little sweaty now. So if pathogens get through and your hands are sweaty and the material of the gloves blocks out a lot of the light, we now have warm, dark, moist. So those pathogens that got through the glove onto your skin, they are just multiplying like there's no tomorrow. So you might have had one or two that got through, but by the time you take your gloves off, it might be 100,000 because they multiply quick. Now, the thing about pathogens is they don't need little boy pathogens and little girl pathogens to make baby pathogens. It doesn't work like that. All they need is the right environment. They zip themselves in half. And now there's 2. 2 become 4. 4 become 8. 8 become 16. 32, 64, 128, 512, 10, whatever. 1024. It goes on and on and on. And you can get a colony growing very, very quickly with the right conditions. So, what do I want you to take away from this? I need you to understand that gloves are not protecting you. Pathogens will get through. So what do you think you should do when you take your gloves off? Wash your hands. Why? Yeah, they did not protect you. They did not. They added an extra layer. But those gloves really should have been used to protect the patient. But if you don't wash your hands afterwards, you're spreading pathogens everywhere. And this is the #1 problem with gloves in a clinical setting. Caregivers will go put on a pair of gloves. They'll touch a ton of stuff in the patient environment. They'll provide patient care, which contaminates the patient. They take those gloves off and they don't wash their hands. They go directly to the next patient thinking, my hands are clean. I wore gloves. Or a quick hand sanitizer that does not kill the pathogens. You starting to see how things are spread in a clinical area? This is why 1 out of every 26 or 27 patients gets sick. Good. So inside that glove is the ideal breeding environment. When you take your gloves off, you need to wash your hands. That removes the pathogens. So let me show you how to remove your gloves properly. Anybody ever go to like one of those big box stores back when they had cashiers? Ever seen one of those little old lady cashiers that's sitting at the checkout and they've got gloves on and they're scanning your stuff? And they don't want to touch your ketchup. You're nasty, scanning all your stuff. And then they get done with their 4-hour shift. They go on break. They take their gloves off and they go to the break room and they don't wash their hands because they think their hands are clean. They've worn those gloves for 4 hours. Their hands have sweat. Are their hands really clean? No, they're eating their tuna salad sandwich with a side of E. coli. This is the problem, is that a little bit of knowledge can actually be way more dangerous because we're not getting the whole story. So the way we take off gloves is super important. We don't want to cross-contaminate. So dirty glove can touch dirty glove all day long. This is fine, no problem here. But dirty glove cannot touch skin. So I cannot go up and under here. In order to take these gloves off, I'm going to take one hand and pinch up at the palm of my hand and pull this off inside out, wrapping it up in the other hand so it doesn't wave around. I need control over this. Now, skin can touch skin, but not my dirty gloves. So I can't do this. I can't do this. I don't want to touch that glove. I need to go up underneath and pull that one off. So one inside out glove is inside the other inside out glove. And then we throw these away. All right, any questions on glove removal? Any skills where you wear gloves, any skills for the test that you wear gloves for, they are going to be grading glove removal on. Questions? Okay. So this is a picture that shows you how to take those gloves off. You pinch up at the cuff. You pull that one off inside out. You go underneath this cuff and pull that one off inside out. And then you dispose of them. So these are our glove rules. We're going to use gloves when we might touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. First thing those gloves should touch are the patient. Pay attention to what your dirty gloves touch once they're dirty, and we remove them correctly. So we now have 4 principles under our belt. Not too bad, right? Let's go ahead and take our break. When you get back, we're going to learn how to take the pulse. Okay, so the question is, because this is something that everybody needs to hear. The question is, CNA staffing, is everything still so short staffed that you've got way too many patients to care for? And the answer is yes, we're still short staffed. We are an estimated 1 million CNA short. Yeah, which is amazing to me because we have 1 million CNAs. And if every CNA would just recruit one more person, we could get rid of the staffing shortage in like a month. You know? Unfortunately, most CNAs are out there bad mouthing their job. I hate my job. I hate what I do. I hate where I work. I hate my coworkers. I don't want to do this anymore. And why would anybody want to enter a field with such a high dissatisfaction rate? But the reason that there's a high dissatisfaction rate is because there's not enough people in the field. So this is a self-reinforcing problem. Does that make sense? So if you want to get to a point that we are fully staffed, you've got to watch how you represent your industry to others and recruit others. If you've got somebody in your orbit that you think would be a good caregiver, talk them into it. But don't talk people into it that are lazy or don't care or have no compassion. We don't need any more of those. We need good CNAs. So look around your orbit, see what you can find. Does that make sense? Good. So I wish I could tell you that everything, was fully staffed and you're going to, assignments are easy. I can't. Their assignments are not easy. And on top of that, we're unfortunately, in an era where corporate profits are often prioritized over patient care and staffing. And there's not much I can do about that. That's just unfortunately in every industry right now. Pretty much everybody is pushed to the limit. We're asked to do more with less so that, corporations can rake in big profits and get better investors. So until that situation changes, I don't really see a lot of hope on the horizon. I don't think that profits should ever be put over people, but I don't run the world, so nobody listens to me.
It affects the amount of time and that you're able to spend with your residents.
That is correct.
And it's like you got to rush because they all need, if you're short-handed, I 35 years ago, I worked in one. And there was a lot of times I was the only person on a hall. I did both sides. And it wears you out, after a while. But the hardest part, I think, is when you get attached to your residents, no matter how hard you try not to, So there was times I pulled double shifts if one of my residents was passing, just so I could be with them, and it's the emotional that gets you.
Sure. So there's a couple things there that I want to talk about really quickly. Jake, it's cold in here. Can you bump the ear up for me, please? So a couple of things on that. The first thing that I want to talk to you about is not all places are going to run the same. Okay. So there are some places that just kill their staff. I mean, they throw you in the deep end. There's not a lot of help there. Everybody has a bad attitude. Your nurses don't care. And I would suggest not staying at a place like that because it will burn you out quicker than anything else. And the only way places are going to improve is if we get good staff in there, but I'm telling good staff, don't stay. Because, I'm trying to protect you guys. There are some places that even though you're not well staffed, they still care. Those are two totally different beasts. I mean, you're running your tail feathers off both places, but when you have staff that's trying to help and is compassionate and everybody's on the same page and wants the best for the patients, it's a little more tolerable. Does that make sense? Than being short staffed in a place that just doesn't care. Now, the one thing that I do want to say about this is, and this is going to come up a little bit later, one of you guys is going to ask, so I'm going to kind of preempt this. A question I get asked a lot is, how much are CNAs making? And the answer to that is going to be, it depends on the facility. And there's a lot of factors that go into this, but it all has to do with supply and demand. If there's a facility that has a ton of applicants, everybody wants to work there, they're not going to pay as much. Why would they? Because they've got, they've got applicants coming in. Now, if you've got a facility that nobody wants to work at and they can't get applicants and everybody's quitting right and left, they're going to have to pay more just to get people in the door. So be careful about judging a place based purely on the dollar signs, because sometimes those high dollar places are high dollar because nobody is willing to work there. So what kind of experience do you think you're going to have? Yeah, it's not going to be good. So be careful about being swayed by those high dollar signs. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, one of the things that you have to think about is the type of patients you're going to care for. If you're an assisted living facility, you can probably take care of 24 people by yourself, no problem, because the patients on that particular hallway all get themselves up. You might have to take 2 or 3 to the dining room. You might have to take some stuff to the laundry, but you can handle 24 in that environment because there's not a lot to do with each one of them. But you go to the nursing home right next door, there's no way you can handle 24 because you've got, they're all turn every 2 hours, incontinence, total feeds. So there's something called acuity. That's the term for it. Acuity is how much care that person needs from staff. And that's going to impact how many patients you can care for, what their acuity is. Does that make sense? So the question that you asked initially, does CNA still have to take care of 20 patients? The answer to that is very nuanced and complex because there's no simple yes or no answer. Does that make sense? No simple yes or no answer. My suggestion is talk to the staff. If you're going to go apply at hospital XYZ down the road, hang out in the staff parking lot one day at shift change and just say, hey, I'm thinking about applying. What's your take? Do you like where you work? Most of them will be pretty honest, especially if they're having a bad day. But I wouldn't get just one person's take. I would talk to a few. And remember that personality is going to play into this a lot too. If you're a very positive person, you may be able to handle a lot more than somebody that has a very negative personality and, feels that everything is always doom and gloom. So your personality is going to play into this as well. Good. I know it's a very complex answer for a simple question.
No, I was just kind of curious if things had changed any.
We're still short-staffed.
Doesn't sound like it, The politics in it all kind of gets in the way of other things.
Politics and everything gets every industry. But if that's a concern, I would look at places that are a little bit have lower acuity, like assisted living or home care. Home care is a great option if you have that drive to spoil one person. but it depends on your personality. We actually have a quiz that will help you with that, with figuring out where you belong on the website. You have, I think I sent it in Monday's wrap up. You'll have it coming up soon, if not. But it's on our website, and it asks you 19 personality-based questions. It's based on your personality, where you are most likely to thrive. And it's scary accurate. It is scary accurate. I don't do well in a routine-dominated environment. I don't like to do the same thing every day. I get very, very bored very, very quickly. I will invent problems. I am just that kind of person. I have to have something to solve. My brain has to be going all the time. Home care is not the place for me. It is absolutely not the place for me. I do much better in an ICU or ER environment where I've got a million problems to solve and my hair's on fire. You have to figure out what works for you. Thankfully, not every place is right for all of us because we got a lot of places to fill.
When you transfer
Mhm.
patient, being I'm small, okay, and old, can you ask for help to transfer?
You can, but I'm going to teach you techniques where you shouldn't have to.
Well, because I know that some residents will slide or lower their knees, and you have to catch them and hold them.
You don't catch
so
them.
they don't hit the floor.
Yeah, we're not going to catch. We'll get to that a little bit later in the program. I'm going to give you some techniques. If it's someone that you don't think that you can reasonably handle, you need to let the nurse know because we don't want to put our patients at risk.
Right.
Sometimes, sometimes we can get another person to assist, although transferring a person with 2 caregivers is actually harder than transferring with 1 because 2 caregivers get in the way. So that patient might be a candidate for a sit-to-stand mechanical lift or a Hoyer mechanical lift. The emphasis is on patient safety and staff, for lack of a better word, safety as well, body mechanics. So sit-to-stands are used a lot, and lifts are used quite a bit. If you have somebody that is unable to bear weight, do we make those decisions? Who does? The nurse. So if you feel like you can't effectively handle a patient, who should you tell? The nurse. And it's the nurse's job to problem solve for that patient. Because remember, every patient is different. Okay. If I've got one that has difficulty transferring because they can't support their weight, that person might be eligible for a Hoyer lift. If I've got another one that just doesn't want to do it, that may need a physical therapy consult. Yeah, remember, every patient is going to have a totally different plan of care based on the needs of that patient. Okay. Unfortunately, that's one of the problems with this is that when you ask me questions, I'm always going to give you an answer that starts with, well, it depends. Because every patient is completely different. I can't give you one answer that's going to cover every patient. Every work setting is completely different. I can't give you one answer that's going to cover all work settings. So every question you have, and this is why I spend so much time talking about that care plan and our chain of command, because those questions need to be advanced to the nurse taking care of that patient. I can give you an answer, but it doesn't mean it's going to apply to this particular patient right here because everybody's different. All right, so let's go to page 52. And we now, looking at the principles here, We know the skill rules, we know the opening, we just learned glove rules, and we know the closing. So the only thing left to learn is pulse specific information. So let's learn what a pulse is. On the left side of your chest, you've got a heart. That heart contracts. When that heart contracts, it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it. And that one pushes the one in front of it. And this is how blood moves through your circulatory system, just like waves in an ocean. You got a wave and a valley, wave and a valley, wave and a valley. And this is how blood moves through. So when we're taking a pulse, what we're really measuring is how many times that heart contracted. That's what we're really measuring. That's what a pulse is. How many times did that heart contract? In order to find out, we're going to count the waves that the heart produced. If we count the waves, it tells us how many times that heart contracted. Good? Makes sense? So we're going to use 2 fingers. We're going to push down onto an artery, and we're going to push hard enough that we can feel these waves as they go under our finger. Now, if we press too hard, we'll crimp it off and we won't feel anything. Press too light, you're not going to feel the waves. So this is a Goldilocks situation. You got to get it just right. So we find the artery with our fingers. We press down a little bit. Can't feel anything. A little more. Can't feel anything. A little more. Can't feel anything. A little more. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we start light and gradually increase our pressure until we feel these thumps under our finger. Once we feel the thumps, we're going to pick a starting point on the clock, and we're going to count for the specified amount of time that the care plan tells us to. We're going to count whatever waves we feel under our finger during that time. Make sense? So if I push down on the artery, you can see I can feel these waves. And we're just going to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many waves we feel. Now, some people's pulse is super fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Others are very slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're chill. I don't know who's who. That's why we take the pulse. Make sense? Good. Now, there's a couple of different things that you have to pay attention to with pulses, though. There's rhythm. So rhythm is just like it sounds, the rhythm. So pulses should be very rhythmic, like the beat of a song, right? Boom, 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 boom. Comes when you expect it to, right? Just like the beat of a music. That's a regular rhythm. So how many is the rate? How often is the rhythm? But there are some patients that have a very irregular rhythm. And that type of patient, usually their pulse feels something like this. Thump, 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 thump. There's nothing regular about that. There's nothing rhythmical about that. So if you feel that, you need to let the nurse know or document that the pulse is irregular. That's an observation. Make sense? If it's new, we got to do something about it. If it's old, it's fine. They're already being treated for it. Good? Questions? So we're going to count to get our rate, and we're going to feel whether it's regular or irregular. So where is the pulse? Let me show you. So when you're taking the pulse, we're going to use the radial pulse at the wrist. And the way to find the radial pulse is if you put your hand out like you're going to shake hands with your thumb pointing up. There's a bone that runs right through here. There's a bone right there. Now you want to be at the bendy part of the wrist, not way down here. You want to be where your lines are, your bendy lines for your wrist, way up here. Most people try to get a pulse way down here. There's too much muscle and fat there. You're not going to feel it. You need to be at the lines. So we have a bone that runs right here. If you put your fingers on that bone, stand them up, and then roll your fingers forward and put your thumb on the back, you should feel your thumbs. Now we use 2 fingers. We do not use our thumb. Your thumb has an artery. When you compress it, you'll get your own pulse. Won't help you a bit for patients. So 2 fingers, you can use 3 if you want, but 2 specifically is better. So you find that bone, roll forward, thumb on the back. Now, most people forget about the thumb on the back. This is actually probably the most important part of this. Because if you just set 2 fingers there, you'll feel the pulse. That's no problem. You'll pick it up. You'll feel it. But we have to count for a specific amount of time. And over that time, your fingers will relax. And when your fingers relax, you lose the pulse. So then you got to start all over again. If you find your pulse and put your thumb on the back, your hand is in a C shape like this. That holds consistent pressure, and you're less likely to lose the count.
Does it matter which wrist you're on?
It does not, because the pulse is based on the heart. How many times, remember it's a times, how many times that heart squeezes. When the heart squeezes, it pushes out that wave, and that wave goes everywhere in your body. So theoretically, this hand and this hand should have the exact same waves going through it. So when your patient is laying in bed, this is a live patient skill. All of you could be patients for this skill. You'll be laying in bed. You got 2 arms. You're on one side counting the pulse. Who do you think is over here counting a pulse? The evaluator. That's right. That's right. The evaluator will be on the other side of the patient counting the pulse. So that means that you have to say start out loud so they start counting when you do. And you have to say stop out loud when you're done counting so they stop counting when you do. And they should get about the same number. Remember, you can be 4 off in either direction. Now, when you're over there taking the pulse, doesn't matter, you can pick the side of the bed you want to be on. Doesn't matter who, okay? But when you're on one side getting the pulse, the evaluator is on the other side. They're actually going to keep the sheet so that you can't see where their hand is, because they need to know that you know where to put your hand. So their side is going to stay covered. Yours won't.
Do you remember the number, then go wash your hands and then back in?
You do. You have to keep that number in your head, and that can be difficult. But yeah, you do have to remember the number. Elbow must be supported on the bed. Now let me explain why. So if I'm going to get her pulse, I can't do this. First of all, it's uncomfortable. But more importantly, this is going to engage her muscles here to keep the arm extended because I'm fighting gravity. So by using those muscles, it's going to require more blood flow. What do you think is going to happen to the heart rate if this muscle needs more blood? It's going to go up. So am I going to get an accurate reading? So what we want to do is make sure the elbow is supported on the bed. This doesn't require more blood. This does. Make sense? So the elbow must be supported. You can leave the arm down, that's fine. But if you do this, you're probably going to have to bend, especially those of you that are taller. So you can put the bed up if you want. If you do put the whole bed up, what do you have to remember to do? put it down. That's a whole nother step you got to remember. It's much easier to do this. Make sense? Okay. Easy, right? So how long do we count? Well, as long as the care plan tells you to. That's simple. What does this care plan tell us? Say it louder. 1 full minute. So if I don't count for 1 full minute, did I follow the care plan? If I don't follow the care plan, what happens to my score? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it'll fail you for this skill. If you don't count for 1 full minute, you will fail. So we have to follow that care plan exactly. But if the care plan doesn't tell us to count for 1 full minute, there's a shortcut that we are allowed to take in clinical life. If the care plan doesn't say 1 full minute, nobody stands there and counts for 1 full minute because that's just too much time. We count for 15 seconds. And 1 minute is made up of 4 15-second intervals. Do you see that? 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I count for this 15 seconds and I multiply that by 4, I get my full minute. So you can count for 15 seconds and multiply by 4 as long as the care plan doesn't tell you to count for 1 full minute. Perfectly okay. This is standard. But if the care plan tells us to count for 1 full minute, how long do we have to count for? Okay, so the exam, the state exam, this is your care plan at the top of the page. Same one I just showed you. If you look at the top of page 53, you will see that we have to take the patient's radial pulse measured at they even tell you where it's at. Measured at the wrist. They don't expect you to know where the radial pulse is. They even tell you. Measured at the wrist for 1 full minute and record our readings. If you look down in the middle of the second column right here, you'll see this is the documentation form that's going to be used on the state exam. This is the one we have for practice in the classroom. Right here is exactly what you have right here. Keep your finger there and go to page 168 for me. These are the documentation forms used by Prometric testing. So you can see it's the exact same form as what you see up here. So you can make copies of this and practice using it because this is what you're going to be using on the state exam. So here are the checkpoints that we need to get. We're going to support the arm. We're not going to use our thumb to take the pulse. We're going to use our fingertips, not the flat area. If you use the flat area, it doesn't have as many nerve endings as the tips. You're probably not going to feel the pulse as well. Better to use the tips. You'll feel it much better. Make it easier to count. The radial pulse is located at the top of the thumb side of the wrist, way up here. Always reported over 1 minute. How long we're going to count is based on the care plan. So if you tell me that somebody's pulse was 72, that tells me their heart actually contracted 72 times that minute. Now, you may have gotten that 72 by counting for 15 seconds and multiplying by 4, or you may have gotten that 72 because you counted for 1 full minute. The method you use is going to be based on the care plan. Normal 60 to 100. What do we do if we get 56? Tell the nurse. What do we do if we get 144? Yeah, you probably want to run and tell the nurse because that's really high. Remember that for the test, you have to say start and stop. And in Florida, we actually have to count with both evaluators because they have to grade you independently. So you're going to count with evaluator. Everybody understand this? Okay. You're going to count with evaluator number 1. Now, they know you're new. Remember, minimum skills competency, set the bar really low. They're going to let you write that number down. You don't have to do your closing, don't have to wash your hand. They're going to let you write that number down because they know you're not going to remember it. And then you're going to count with evaluator number 2. Then you're going to do your closing, wash your hands, and document. And then wash your hands again. So you're only going to have to remember 1 number for the test. Good? Does that make sense? You don't say it out loud. That evaluator does not exist in your world. They are invisible. If they had invisibility cloaks, they would use them. Seriously, they do not exist. So that brings me to something else. Since the evaluators do not exist in your world when you're doing skills, if you have to start over, and you might lose the count, you might have to start over, perfectly okay, nobody cares. Who do you think you should tell? If those evaluators don't exist in your world and you have to start over, who do you think you should tell? The patient, that's right. Just like in a clinical setting. If you're counting a pulse and your brain wanders off because it's lunchtime, you're trying to figure out what you're going to order, and you lose your count, you got to restart. You're just, oh, sorry. I kind of zoned there. Let me start again. And yes, for the evaluators. Absolutely. And if you do that, your focus is 100% on that patient. Okay. So those evaluators do not exist. Remember, this is a documentation skill. You do have to document for this one. Questions?
I have one. When it comes to, you said you can count for 15 seconds and then just multiply it. Could that go both ways? Is it possible that any type of arrhythmia or something would show up after that 15 seconds?
It could, but remember that you're not, how do I put this? You're not the first person there, okay? So that that nurse has done an assessment on the patient. If the patient has an abnormal heart rhythm, the nurse would know it during the assessment. So you're just spot checking. Yes, it's possible that an arrhythmia might show up after, but that's a much bigger problem for the nurse to figure out. If it's routine, you're just doing 15-second spot checks. Good? Good. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is learn how to take a pulse. So you 3 are one group, okay? You're the CNA, you're the patient, you're the evaluator. I'm going to ask you 2 to go to that table, please. You can leave your stuff here. Just go sit over there. You guys are group 2. You are the CNA. Jacob? He is your patient, and you are the evaluator. You guys are group 3, right there in that chair, please. You guys are group 3. I'm going to join you, okay? You're the CNA. I'm the patient. You're the evaluator. Now, what we're going to do here is once I get seated, I want to give you instructions first. What we're going to do, off camera here, and those of you at home can play along with this, okay? Find somebody that has a pulse. Find a live person. What you're going to do is once I sit down, you're going to find the pulse on your patient. So you're going to find the pulse on this hand. You're going to find the pulse on this hand. Okay. He's your patient. You're going to find the pulse on the hand closest to you, and you're going to find the pulse here. You might have to scoot over a little bit. Over there, you'll find my right pulse. You'll find my left pulse. So once you find the pulse, I need you to say, found it, or okay, or ready. Just let me know that you're ready. I'm going to look at the clock. and I am going to say start out loud. And you are going to count the thumps that you feel under your fingers until I say stop. Now, in a perfect world, you should get the same number as you, but you probably won't because you're brand new, and that's okay. Then after we count, we're going to rotate roles. You're going to be the patient, and they're going to take your pulse. And then we'll rotate roles again, and you'll be the patient, and they'll take your pulse. So each person will have a chance to count the pulse twice during this activity. I will be responsible for all the timing of this. All you have to do is count. Make sense? Now, for the test, you're responsible for timing too. You got to look at that clock, and you got to say start out loud. So the evaluator starts counting when you do. But for this practice, I'll do that part for you. Good? Questions? All right, let me have a seat. Go ahead and find your pulses.
I feel like yours is gonna be up there.
I've been moving.
You've been moving a lot.
Are you right-handed? Okay, so hold on one second. So if you're right-handed, go over.
And then
There you go. Are you right-handed?
Yes.
Okay, go over. Nope. Yep, there you go. Okay, it's going to be up toward the ceiling a little bit more.
okay.
Yep. Start light and then press harder and harder until you find it.
Found it.
Does everybody have a pulse? Ready? Set. Start. Stop. What'd you get?
I got 82, 70.
Okay. All right. What'd you guys get? Okay. What'd you guys get? Okay. All right. When you were the patient, how long was that minute?
Forever.
Oh my gosh, it lasts forever. Now, your patient is probably going to get really nervous during this time because it's taking so long. And do you know what patients do when they're nervous? They talk. What do you think that's going to do to your count? Oh, yeah, it's going to throw you way off. So, when you're having to count for 1 full minute, your patient's not really expecting that. And they'll get nervous. They'll think something's wrong with them. So if you start out by saying, this is going to take me a minute, I'll need you to remain quiet, but I'll let you know when I'm done. That tells them, oh, okay, it's going to take a minute. So they're prepared for it. And they're less likely to talk and totally derail you. Make sense?
Stress can also increase someone's heart rate as well,
Oh,
correct?
big time. Big
So that
time.
would also alter your reading as well.
And
because the
you'll
stress-
see that their pulse will if they start to get anxious, it'll go dun 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 dun, right? It starts to accelerate. You'll know, oh my gosh, they're getting anxious. Something's wrong. So it's always best if you're going to do a full minute count to clue them in first. So one other person, be the patient. So I'll pick on you. Go ahead and give her your other arm. Find the pulse. You can count too. Find the pulse. Let me know when you have the pulse. Just gonna move this down just a little bit. Everybody have the pulse? Let me know if you need help. Remember, start light and go a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper. Let me go over. Hold on one second. You got it? Okay. All right, hold up. Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Oh, okay. Okay, you're down just a little bit too far. Let's go up here. Press a little harder. Okay, I'm gonna find it. Okay, it's right here. It's way up here. Is he pressing harder than I did or not as hard?
A little bit, but not crazy
Okay.
hard.
Loosen just a little bit. Now hers is pretty faint. Close your eyes. It increases your sensitivity.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Guys, if you have trouble feeling the pulse, close your eyes. It'll increase the sensitivity of your fingers. Crazy. Psychology is so cool. All right, here we go. Ready? Set. Start. Stop. 67, good. Okay, what'd you guys get? That's okay. Okay, all right. Okay, so the last person, go ahead and be the patient. Go put your arms out. So give her your other one. There we go. Find the pulse on the side closest to you. When you have the pulse, say yes. Oh, you got a good one.
Yeah.
Everybody ready? All right, ready? Start. Stop. I got 74. What'd you guys get?
86.
Okay.
You really notice the difference when you start to wait. It's like as I was counting, I was like, that's getting
Okay.
faster.
Go ahead and resume your seats.
But it probably
Feels very
is
odd.
a
I'm
little
doing this
more
side.
than that.
Yeah, yours is going a
It
little
speeds up.
And this
slows
was
down.
We're gonna talk about that right now.
I got the same thing. That's what I was like.
Kind of threw me. I'm going, okay, that was 3.
All right. Do you guys feel like you know how to take a pulse now? All right. Remember that we still have to do the opening, we still have to do the closing, all of that doesn't change, right? So this skill would be Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to get your pulse. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, and get my supplies. No supplies needed for this one other than pen and paper. I would find the pulse, let the evaluator know when I start. So you need to be within eyesight of the clock. And for the test, there will be a clock literally right above the bed. So you'll find the pulse, you'll pick a starting point on the clock, and you'll say start. Now, the hard part is you're counting, but you got to keep track of that clock thing too. So a minute is a long time. Don't stare at the clock because your eyes will start counting seconds. Don't stare at the clock. You're going to look at the clock, pick your starting point, and say start out loud, look away from the clock. You're just going to glance occasionally. You need that second hand to go all the way around to that start position. You can start anywhere on that clock with that second hand anywhere. What I do is I use one of my hands. So this hand is taking the pulse. This hand is busy. This hand has nothing to do. Just sitting there, bored. So I make this hand keep track of where I started. If I start with the second hand on the 1, I do this. If I start with the second hand on the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I never start at 11. If I start at the 12, that's the top of the clock. That one's easy to remember. Make sense? Okay. So that's all. That's sign language. If you know sign language, how to count in sign language, 1, 2, you right, and then you go backwards. That's right. Okay. So at the end of the skill, after I've counted, I'll wash my hands, document. I'm sorry, you'll do the closing. I forgot to tell you that. Do the closing. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while you're comfortable? Would you like a magazine? Here's your call light. Your environment's clean. Bed is in the low position. I'm going to open the curtain, go wash my hands, document, and wash my hands again. That's the skill. Now, you're not going to say the number that you got out loud. You're going to write it down. And the evaluator will write their number down as well. But I'm going to tell you a secret for the test. Shh, don't tell anybody I said this. Accuracy does not count as much as technique. You can be way off on the count and still pass. You'll get a deficiency, but it won't fail you. You can be way off on the number. It's not about accuracy. If your technique is good, accuracy will get better. If your technique is bad, it's never going to help your accuracy because you're not doing it right. Make sense? Minimum skills competency. Any questions on pulse? No? It's not a hard one. Okay. So now we're going to move on to another skill. We're going to go to page 102. And we're going to learn how to dress a resident. Yeah. So, if you look down here, there's a lot of principles on this one. They're all spelled out here. We also have to learn what makes dressing a resident unique. I do have a video on this. Down here is your test-specific information. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this within 14 minutes. This is going to be done on a mannequin. Thankfully, we're not going to undress real people for the test. That mannequin will be in a bed. Charting is not required for this skill. But if you look at all of those principles, well, we know skill rules, we know the opening, we know glove rules, and we know the closing. But we got 3 to learn before we can even start to learn this skill. So let's go through these 3. These three are pretty quick to learn. So I'm going to just kind of go through them. The first one we're going to start with is barrier. This is on page 84. We use a barrier in a lot of skills. You can see here how many skills require a barrier. So we're going to use this quite a bit, over and over and over and over again. I have a video down here on the barrier that you can watch, but I'm going to talk to you about it. So here's our notes from this lesson on page 85. But the barrier really just kind of boils down to we need a clean place to put our clean supplies. And those tray tables, these things are not clean. Patients use them to eat. They're there for meals, but they're also there to store everything your patient has. Kleenexes and chapstick and cell phones and coffee cups and juice boxes and hairbrushes and all kinds of stuff. This table is used for everything. It is not considered clean. Well, if I've got linens or clothing, I have to have a clean place to put that clothing so it doesn't get, all icky before I put it on the patient. So if the supplies that we use for each patient are clean, then we need a clean place to put those clean supplies. And that's what the table is there for, but the table itself isn't clean. So what we're going to do is use a barrier to make that a clean surface. Now, a barrier can be anything. Anything. It can be a paper towel. It can be a bath towel. It can be a washcloth. Put that up there for me. It can be anything. But for the test, we have a very specific type of barrier that we're going to use, and it's called an underpad. Now, there's a couple of different types of underpads. There's one that we can wash and reuse, and then there's one that we throw away or chuck it after we use it. So the disposable ones, like this, are called chucks. The washable ones are called bed pads. They do the same thing, but we have two different names. What you're going to find in medicine is we have two names for everything. We'll talk about that along the way. Bless you. So a barrier gives us a clean place to put our clean supplies. And when you put a barrier on the table, you want to put it on the table where the absorbent side is facing up and the waterproof side is down. So this is the right way to use a barrier. Not hard, right? Pretty easy. So if the supplies we use on the patient are clean, that means that we have to have clean hands to get those supplies. So remember our opening? We washed our hands and then got the supplies. You guys remember that? Well, the barrier is reinforcing that. Don't touch supplies with unclean hands. We also can't get supplies with gloves on. So we need to go get all of our supplies, if we're going to use gloves, way before we put gloves on. You can't reach into your clean supply cabinet with anything but clean hands. So during the test, if you go get your supplies, you put them on a barrier, you start working with the patient, and you realize, uh-oh, I forgot something. It's okay. Perfectly okay. Go back and get what you need, but we can't reach into the clean supply cabinet with anything but clean hands. So what would we need to do first? Wash your hands. We have to have clean hands to get our clean supplies. Doesn't matter when you're getting them, those hands have to be clean. Now, another principle that might be unusual for you is that we can't let supplies touch our uniform. Your uniform is not clean once you start work. It's leaned up against the bed. It's pressed up against the sink. It's knelt on the floor. Your uniform is not clean. So what I don't want to do is go to my clean supply cabinet and get the supplies that I need, whatever those might be, and hold them up against my uniform. This is contaminating my supplies. Now, the real problem here is the barrier. Because if I go get the barrier at the same time I get these things, to spread the barrier out, I need 2 hands. So I'm going to end up putting the clean linens against my uniform while I'm trying to spread this out. So we want to go get the barrier first, spread it out on the table, and then go get the supplies that we need and put them on the barrier without letting them touch our uniform. Don't watch that. Right. Right. So we wash our hands, we get our barrier, we put it on the table, and then we go get the rest of the supplies that we need. We've already talked about this. So don't try to get the barrier when you're getting the rest of your supplies, because those supplies will press against your uniform and contaminate them. It takes 2 hands to unfold and spread that barrier. So don't let the supplies touch your uniform. Get the barrier first, put it on the table, go get your supplies and put those on the barrier. You can see that here. Wash hands, get barrier, put it on the table, get supplies. Questions? No? Okay. Something else we're going to learn in just a minute is we never put anything back in clean supply. Clean supply is one way only. You take it out. Don't put anything back. Okay, so we know about the barrier. Now let's learn about the privacy blanket. Dignity is essential. So is comfort. So we have to talk about privacy blanket anytime our patient is going to be uncovered or undressed. So that privacy blanket does 2 things. It provides privacy, but it also keeps the patient warm. So let's talk about privacy first. A lot of people think, well, if I've got the curtain closed, I don't need a privacy blanket. And a lot of people won't use it because they think, well, the curtain is there. And the curtain does a good job at blocking this patient, all of their goodies, from being seen by everybody outside the curtain. But do you know who's inside the curtain? A stranger. Yeah, that stranger is you. That curtain does not do anything to promote dignity from you. So a privacy blanket is used to help promote dignity and morality for the patients. Make sense? Good. I want you to remember, I've said this before, your patient is laying down. That's a vulnerable position. They're not dressed completely. That already makes them vulnerable. And now when you start undressing somebody in the presence of a stranger, that can really amplify that feeling of vulnerability. I want you to think about the patient's ability to say no. Patients have the right to say no. If you are undressing somebody without covering them, if you are making them naked in a laying position without anything to cover them, it kind of negates their ability to say no. Does that make sense? We got to be careful with that. All right, so the other reason we're using a privacy blanket, though, is to keep the patient warm. There is a vast temperature difference between the way I'm perceiving the temperature in this room and the way you are perceiving the temperature in this room. Anybody know why? That's right. They're laying down. They are not active. Right now in here, I'm up moving around. I am standing, I am talking, I am fully dressed. This room actually feels a little warm to me. You guys are all bundled up because you're sitting and you're not active and this room feels colder to you. Now, on top of that, we also have disease process and the loss of subcutaneous fat and a whole lot of other things that means that this patient and I are not seeing eye to eye on the temperature. Now, you need to understand that, because if you are perceiving temperature just from your own viewpoint, you're getting it wrong. You've got to be able to think about things from the patient's point of view. That sheet right now that's covering her is keeping her warmer. If you take that sheet away, she is going to feel very cold as well as vulnerable. So those privacy blankets do more than just provide privacy. They're also there for warmth. We're going to use them anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. Hold on. So anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed, doesn't matter what the skill is, but the thing is that the care plan isn't going to tell you about this. There's no care plan that will say use a privacy blanket. This is called something called a basic nursing principle. It's something you are expected to know. So it won't be on the care plan. Using a barrier won't be on the care plan. When to use gloves won't be on the care plan. When to use a privacy blanket and how won't be on the care plan. So everything that we're learning on that back wall is not going to be on the care plan, but it's required that you know it. Good? Questions? Basic nursing principles.
Are we gonna have that on, or use a privacy blanket in testing?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you will. Anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed, you need a privacy blanket. Absolutely. So when we put a privacy blanket on, though, how we put it on is actually important. So this is a privacy blanket. This is what one looks like. And if I'm going to use it because I'm dressing the patient and I'm going to put the privacy blanket on, the way we put it on actually counts. You can't just take the sheet down and put the blanket on. This uncovers the patient. No good. So when we do this, we're going to put the blanket on over the sheet and then pull the sheet down underneath. So the patient is never fully exposed. But when we put the blanket on, we can't snap it or shake it. So I can't do this. This is what I do at home, right? So what we do at home, shake it out. Well, what this does, if I had powder on here, you'd be able to see it. What that does is it creates a vortex. So anything that's on this bed is going to come right up here where I can breathe it in. That's bad for infection control. So we don't snap or shake, but it also could injure the patient. Have you ever been whipped with a towel? It hurts. So we don't snap or shake our blankets. We lay them out over the patient, over the sheet, and then we hold the blanket in place or ask the patient to hold the blanket in place and then pull the sheet down underneath to uncover where we need to work. If I'm only working on the top half of the patient, I'm only going to pull the sheet down to just below their waist. This skill, I'm going to work on the whole patient, so I would pull it all the way down. Make sense? Privacy blankets. All right. We don't snap it or shake it. And we don't want to touch that blanket with our soiled gloves after the skill. Now, the reason for this, let me explain this. This is the one thing about privacy blanket that you will all get wrong. All of you will when you're practicing. Because at the end of the skill, when you're all done with whatever it is you need to do with this patient, whatever you're doing, you are going to want to pull that sheet up and take that blanket away when you're cleaning up all your supplies. You can't do that. Because in order to pull this sheet up, if I've got dirty hands or dirty gloves, specifically gloves, because remember we wear gloves if we're going to touch body fluids. You guys remember that, right? So those aren't just general cooties, those are bigger cooties. If I've got gloves on and I'm going to pull this sheet up, before I take this blanket out, where does this sheet that I've just touched end up? We have holes on our face. What do we know about holes? They're doorways. So do we want glove germs, body fluids on the sheet right next to her holes? So we have to put all of our stuff away, get our environment clean, take our gloves off, and then we're going to take the blanket away. But we have to do it without gloves. Make sense? When we take a blanket or anything off the bed, we wind it up in a ball. If I don't wind it up in a ball, if I just pull it out, now I've got trailing edges that can contaminate everything. So we have to have control over our dirty linen. Good? Okay. All right. So now let's learn about linen rules. It also is used in a lot of skills. Notes are on page 87. But the thing about linen rules, if you look at this gray banner right here behind, what's your name again? Alyssa, behind Alyssa. You'll notice that a lot of these are repeated principles. They're like, linens must not touch uniform. Well, we talked about that with barrier. You have to have clean hands to get linens. We talked about that with barrier. Don't snap or shake linens. Well, we talked about that with privacy blanket. Those are all repeated principles. So why do you think they're repeated on two banners? Why do you think they're repeated?
Very important.
Ah, they're doubly important. That's right. So if the linens touch the uniform, it is a big deficiency, twice as important. If you reach in to clean supply without having clean hands, it is a big deficiency, doubly important. If you snap or shake the linens, it is a big deficiency, doubly important. Make sense? So anything that's repeated means it's doubly important. So linens must not touch uniform. You have to have clean hands to get your clean linens. Remember, if it's repeated, it's important. You don't want to shake or snap the linens. Now, the next two things we're going to skip. We're going to come back to these a little bit later in the program. We don't need to know those right now. But anything that you don't use has to be discarded. So if I take too many washcloths and I don't use them, I can't put them back in clean supply, but I also can't leave them in the room for later. Anything outside of your site is considered contaminated. It's just a fact of life. Let me give you a scenario and explain why. So I'm getting ready for my shift, got my shift report. I go get linens and I distribute them to all the rooms. One of the rooms that I put my linens in, I got washcloths and towels and sheets. I'm going to take care of the patient later. I just put everything in there for now. The patient's wife comes in with 2 cups of coffee. Along the way, she trips over the patient's oxygen cord and spills some of the coffee on the floor. She looks around, sees the pile of linens, grabs a washcloth and cleans up the coffee off the floor. But the problem is that we don't have hampers in the room. We have nowhere for her to put that dirty washcloth. So she folds it up and puts it back on the stack of linens. That happens way more than you think it would. And then she walks over to the chair, which is where we put the linens, because there's nowhere else to put them. And she sits on top of the linens. Are those linens clean? If you don't use it, you gotta lose it. All right, items out of sight can't be considered clean. We'll go over the rest of those checkpoints a little bit later. So we now know linen rules. So out of that back wall, I want to take a minute to show you. Out of that back wall, we've learned skill rules, the opening, glove rules, barrier rules, privacy blanket, linen rules, and the closing. Out of all of that, this is class 2, and we are half done. We only have 4 left to go. Not hard, right? Not hard? Okay, so now that we know these principles, if you look at, this is the checklist for dressing a resident. You see this, okay? Look how much green is on there. Look how much red is on there. We got a little bit of gray for those linen rules. We got privacy blanket here. There's not much to learn on the skill. But here's the thing. If you don't do the opening and you don't do the closing, you just go in and do the skill, these are only the checkpoints that you'll get. That's it. That's it. Just these. You think you'll pass? It's not even half. Not even half. And that's the biggest mistake that most people make on the state exam. They don't do their opening. They don't do their closing. You're not going to pass. You've missed half of your checkpoints. We talked about flashcards. Okay. So now let's learn the specific steps. Okay. So the specific steps are the ones without a color. These are skill specific. And there's a few of them that we need to learn for this particular skill. If you go to page 98, we're going to talk about one of them. The thing about dressing, the thing about clothes in general is that outside of having to wear a uniform, like work or school or something like that, right? Outside of that, you get to choose what you want to wear based on how you feel that day. What you choose to wear is an outward expression of your inward feelings. If I'm feeling kind of blah today, it might be gray sweatpants and a big sloppy t-shirt because I'm just feeling kind of blah. If I'm feeling really good and upbeat and positive, I might put on a pretty dress because I'm feeling it. We get to choose what we wear as an outward expression of what we're feeling. Your patients do too. So we have to ask our patient, what do you want to wear today? We don't choose their clothing. They choose their clothing. But occasionally you're going to have some patients that cannot put an outfit together to save their lives. They just can't. And you are judged by the way your patients look. That's a simple fact. If I'm walking down the hallway of a nursing home and I've got a whole bunch of patients lined up in wheelchairs and they're all wearing mismatched clothing, their socks don't match, I got 2 different shoes on, their hair's all messed up and the buttons are never lined up. Do I have good CNAs? Nope. You are not paying attention to details. You don't care how that patient looks. You are judged by how your patients look. Simple fact. So if you ask Miss Mary, hey, Miss Mary, what would you like to wear today? And she says, my purple plaid pants and my yellow flowered shirt. And you're like, oh, that doesn't go. You can suggest an alternative. Your white shirt would go really nice with those pants today, Miss Mary. Now, 9 times out of 10, they'll go, oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Because you just saved them. And they're happy. But sometimes your patients will go, no, I want my yellow flowered shirt. No problem, Miss Mary. Let me get that for you. So we can make a suggestion, but we're going to honor their wishes. I don't know why she wants this outfit. Maybe it's bingo day and it's her lucky outfit. Could be. Maybe her kids are coming and her son bought the pants and her daughter bought the shirt. That happens too. She doesn't care if they go. She's honoring her children. So you can make a suggestion, but we're always going to honor their wishes. I'll be that old lady, by the way. I'll wear an outfit that doesn't match just because my kids bought it. So we do have to, as part of the test, we have to ask the patient what they want to wear. But hold up, Ms. Patty, you just told me that this is done on a mannequin. That means I got to talk to the mannequin? I got to ask the mannequin what they want to wear? Yes, you do. The evaluator is going to play the voice of the mannequin. There's 2 outfits on the shelf. They're going to describe one. That better be the outfit you get. And it's very, very obvious. So it'll be my blue pants and blue shirt or my white pants and white shirt. It's going to be very, very obvious. But whatever that evaluator chooses is what you have to use for dressing the resident. So we want to ask, what do you want to wear today? We can suggest an alternative, but we are going to honor their wishes. Now, we've already talked about this barrier thing, right? We're going to ask the patient, what do you want to wear? And we're going to go get the barrier, put it on the table, and go get the clothing and put that on the barrier. It doesn't matter when you ask. If you want to get that barrier first and put it out and then ask, that's fine. If you want to ask and then go get the barrier and the clothes, that's fine. When you ask doesn't matter. The fact that you do ask does. Okay, so we want to minimize exposure. No knobby knees. But the ways that we're going to minimize exposure of this resident is we want to make sure we're getting that clothing before we undress her. Remember I said it doesn't matter when you ask as far as the barrier goes, but it does matter in relation to when you undress the patient. So I wouldn't come over here and completely undress this patient and have her completely naked under this privacy blanket and they go, oh yeah, what do you want to wear? We've got to have everything ready before we undress the patient. And of course, we are going to use a privacy blanket. So we're going to minimize exposure by using the privacy curtain, the privacy blanket, and getting the clothing before we undress them. Guys, those 3 things are all checkpoints. And it just makes my head spin that they actually had to make these things checkpoints. What are people doing out there? What are people doing out there that these had to become checkpoints? That's scary. Scary. We're going to lift everything from below with a flat palm. So what this means is if I've got to lift her arm up or her leg up for anything, let me just show you on the arm. I'm not going to reach down like this. We're not the claw machine at Walmart, right? We're not going to pick up like this. We don't reach down and pick up like this. When we do, we're actually going to leave bruises with our fingertips. But also, if that extremity is heavier than you think it is, it can slip out of your grasp and fall, and that can cause injury. Never lift from above, always from below with a flat palm. So I would support at the joints. Again, why this is a principle makes me wonder what people are doing out there. Why do I have to go over this with you? Because people out there are doing this. It seems like it should be common sense, right? Guys, the test is not that hard, really. We're just trying to keep you from doing stupid stuff. When we get to the shirt, though, the way we undress and dress counts. This patient is going to have a weak arm. Now, that's the care plan. When the patient has a weak arm, the way we undress and dress becomes important. And the way we remember this is USA first. Undress, strong arm first. USA first. When we do that, if we have a clothing on, and let's just say that my right arm is weak, my weak arm. When I'm undressing, I want this arm to do all the work because it is the stronger arm. So I'm going to make it get out of the sleeve. I'm going to make it do the work. And then the garment just slides right off this arm. No movement required. Now, when we're dressing, we're going to reverse that. We're going to slide it up this arm, no motion required, and then use this arm to get into the other sleeve. So we undress strong arm first, dress weak arm first. So the clothes should be slid up the weak arm carefully, supporting from below with a flat palm, keeping the fingers together so they don't bend backwards with any cuffs or anything like that. And don't cause injury. Try to keep the patient covered as much as possible. Do you see this privacy blanket? Do you see how it's draped over her? I'm protecting her privacy by doing that. You're judged based on how your patients look. Everything that we use for the skill has to go into dirty linen, but it cannot go on the floor. Nothing can go on the floor, ever, ever, ever. Nothing clean, nothing dirty, nothing goes on the floor. So when we take that gown off, don't throw it on the floor. Put it on your overbed table. Don't throw it on the floor. Call light goes in the stronger hand. That makes sense. If you look on page 103 at the top, we'll see the care plan. This care plan tells us to dress the resident in a long-sleeved button front or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. The resident is laying in bed and has a weak right arm. So which arm are we going to undress first if they got a weak right arm? Which arm are we going to dress first? The right. The resident is unable to help with dressing, and after dressing, leave the resident in bed. That's our care plan. Super easy, and we've got 14 minutes to do that. Pants, socks, shirt. That's it. All we're putting on this patient. Doesn't say anything about undergarments. Do we add anything to that care plan? Do we care? Nope. No undergarments. Just put her clothes on like the care plan says. They're doing that to make it easier for you guys for the test. But let's go up to that first sentence. Dress the resident in a long-sleeved. Stop there for a second. Long sleeve. What if it's 98 degrees outside? Do we still dress them in long sleeves? Why? Easy answer. Care plan said. Absolutely. Long sleeves are not always due to temperature. That's when we wear long sleeves, is based on temperature. But in healthcare, long sleeves can be used for a lot of different reasons beyond temperature. If the patient has a weepy rash, like shingles, we may want long sleeves on them. If the patient has an autoimmune disorder that causes photosensitivity, big words. Autoimmune disorder means their immune system's a little haywire and attacks them, not the bad guys. That can be aggravated by UV sunlight. So with those patients, we keep them in long sleeves all the time to help minimize their symptoms. And then on top of that, there's some medications that can cause some very serious reactions when exposed to sunlight. Have you ever gotten a medication bottle and it's got a little sticker on the side that says avoid direct sunlight? Anybody ever see that? That means that we have to protect the skin from UV exposure. Tell you a little story about this, personal story. When I was 18 years old, I had an infection, and the doctor put me on, this is a million years ago. We got a lot better drugs now, but they put me on a type of antibiotic, and it had that little sticker on it, avoid direct sunlight. I was 18 years old. I don't pay attention to stuff like that. I mean, I'm 18, and I was headed to Daytona for the weekend with a friend. And she and I went over to Daytona and laid out on the beach and had a great time until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And she looked at me and she says, "Oh my God, you're purple." And now I burn very easily. I mean, I've got very fair skin. And I said, and I looked down and I wasn't red, I was purple. So we packed up our stuff and went to the hotel room really quick. And I got in the shower and I washed and I was purple. Turns out that that little sticker actually meant something. When it said avoid direct sunlight, what happens is when I'm on that medication, that antibiotic, it makes the capillaries very, very fragile. And capillaries all over my body at the surface with that UV exposure broke. And I was one big walking bruise. It was crazy. Never seen anything like it. I now cannot take that medication, not just that medication, that whole class of medication, because my body reacts poorly to it now. Crazy. So I'm living proof that long sleeves can be worn for things other than temperature. Make sense?
Now, was that the fact that you can't take that whole, is that because of the fact that you didn't follow the
Mhm.
directions of the pill, or is that just the?
No, it's because I didn't follow the directions. Yeah. It altered my chemistry. That capillary reaction altered my chemistry. Yeah. And I don't do well with the medication now. Yeah. Makes my capillaries bleed. It's horrible. All right. So let's keep going here. So now we know why we need long sleeves. But then it says button or snap front shirt. When we have somebody who has a weak arm or has had shoulder surgery or has limited mobility or is paralyzed on one side, particularly on the top, not necessarily the pants, but the top, there's a way that we have to dress and undress, right? The undress strong arm first, dress weak arm first. But we don't use pullovers with these individuals. Like you guys all have t-shirts you pulled over your head. This is a pullover, right? It goes over my head, my arms go in. Well, if I've got limited mobility, that doesn't work real well. So when we have a patient with limited mobility, we actually go tell the families or the patient, hey, go buy some stuff that fastens up the front, buttons, snaps, something up the front. We are now going to dress side to side, not top to bottom. So that's why this care plan says this. The patient has already been notified, told they have those items in their drawer. It's just up to us to follow the directions that we're given. Any questions? All right, it also says pants and socks. Put them on. Nobody cares how. Put them on. But when you put them on, make sure the seam is over the toes, not like this. Make sure the sock is over the heel. Make sure the pants are up to the waist, not under the butt. Make them look good. Now, this is a mannequin skill. You got to get those pants up over the mannequin's butt to get them seated at her waist. Now, good news here is that the test is going to make this easy for you. The clothes that this mannequin has are 4 sizes too big. They make it easy. In a clinical setting, you'll probably struggle a little bit more with this. But for the test, they make sure that what you're putting on is really easy to get on the mannequin. But I will warn you, be gentle. Even though she's a mannequin, be gentle. And let me show you why. She was we were a testing center for many years. And she was one of the testing mannequins. We had 2. She was the second one. The first one, they broke the arm on. And when I say they broke the arm, they snapped the arm. Snapped it. Crazy stuff. But she is held together on the inside by steel cables. Braided steel cables. But that lets me move her. Right? Gives me some motion while keeping her all together. Well, during the test, do you see how her foot stays? You know, pretty well, right? You see that? Somebody, while dressing her, broke the steel cable. Do you know how much force you would have to use to break the steel cable in this mannequin?
Also, the right hand was removed.
Yes.
At one point doing
Yeah.
the same thing. It got caught on the sleeve and it ripped right off the mannequin.
Yeah, so she's actually screwed in together. Yes. So when you're dressing the mannequin, be careful. Don't overextend or force movement. Because if you're breaking the mannequin, you would absolutely break a human and you're not going to pass. Does that make sense? I bring this up because it really honestly happens in the test. We can't treat them like a mannequin. We got to be gentle. Yeah, that hurt. All right, so here are our important points. We're going to ask about clothing preference. We're going to get clothing before we undress. We'll support all joints while we lift. We're going to undress the strong arm first and dress the weak arm first. We're going to gather the sleeve when we put the shirt on so that those fingers don't bend backwards. We don't want to overextend or force movement. We're going to adjust the clothing, make sure the snaps all line up or the buttons, whatever it is. Make sure the pants are over the hips, toe seams are in the right place. Dirty items go in the hamper. Remember, nothing goes on the floor. And then we'll put the call light in the stronger hand. So I'm going to show you the video on this one because it's got really good close-ups of each one of these steps. So let me show you the video on this. And then after the video, I'll take any questions that you have. Go ahead and start the video. I got the light. No, dressing a resident. Hello, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I'm here to help you get dressed. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. The first thing that I'll get is a barrier to put on my table to make sure that my supplies remain clean. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? Your light pink pants and dark pink shirt? Okay. Is this the outfit that you described? Wonderful. I'll get a privacy blanket as well. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to spread this privacy blanket out over you. This will keep you warm and help protect your privacy as we do this skill. I'm going to carefully unfold the blanket, being careful not to snap or shake it as I lay it out over you. Once the blanket's in place, I'll pull your sheet down to the end of the bed. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to place your socks on now. We'll take one of the socks, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel. Now we'll go to the other side. We'll scrunch this sock up, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up,
Lift from below and support at the ankle. And smooth the sock over the heel, minimizing wrinkles. Now I'll help you put your pants on. We're going to make sure the tag is in the back. I'm going to insert one of my arms into the legs of the pants and scrunch it up so I have control over all the material. We'll then place it over your foot, lift from below, and smooth it over your heel. We're going to repeat on this side. I'm going to put my hand inside to scrunch up the leg of the pants, and then place it over your foot, lifting from below and supporting at the heel while we finish putting on your pants. Okay, Mrs. Jones. Now I'm going to lift your pants up over your hips. If I can have you raise up your hips as high as you can on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll make sure that your pants are over your hips and then cover you back up. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to elevate the head of the bed now. Please tell me when you're comfortable. And if I can assist you to lean forward, I'll untie your gown. Thank you. I'm going to tuck a corner of the blanket behind your back as you sit back. And now I'll remove the gown from this side. We're going to undress the strong arm first. Since our care plan indicated your right arm is weak, we'll undress your left arm first. I'm going to the other side of the bed now. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to undress this arm. Being careful to minimize the movement and support the arm at the elbow as I lift it off the bed. We'll remove the soiled gown. We'll go ahead and rest your arm back on the bed. Okay, now I'm going to assist you with your shirt. I'm going to scrunch up the arm of the sleeve and put my hand through backwards, keeping your arm supported on the bed. I'm going to lift your hand and hold it as if we're shaking hands. This will keep all your fingers together as we place the sleeve over my hand and then over yours. Once we have the sleeve in place on your arm, we'll extend your arm out. I'll support at the elbow as I bring the sleeve the rest of the way along your arm. If I can have you sit forward, Miss Jones, let me assist you. Thank you. Make sure that you remain covered and smooth the shirt along your back. Come on back, Mrs. Jones. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to assist you in putting your other arm in your sleeve. So I'll scrunch it up, put my hand in through backwards. And Miss Jones, if I could have you reach your arm up and back for me. I'll assist you to put your arm in the sleeve. Okay, Miss Jones, we'll rest your arm back on the bed now while I straighten your shirt and make sure that it is snapped appropriately. Okay, let me just adjust your clothing to make sure it's neat. Can I have you lean forward for me, please? Thank you. And I'll make sure that this blanket can be removed. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm just going to gather up your privacy blanket and place it in soiled linen along with your gown. I'll be right back. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm just going to adjust your clothing for neatness and appearance and make sure that it's fastened appropriately and that you look good. Very nice. Okay, you have your call light here if you should need anything. Can I get a magazine for you? Okay, I'm just going to throw your barrier away and open your privacy curtain. Now we'll go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Oh, watch your eyes, sorry. Okay. Can you take that down, please?
Okay, I'm going to...
All right. Any questions on dressing? Any questions on dressing?
We talked through just like all the way through it.
Okay. So that's a very common question. Do I have to say everything you say? And the answer is no. You're not. There's no checkpoint that says said everything Miss Patty says. But there is a checkpoint that says involve the patient, communicate with the patient. So you should talk all the way through. There's a couple of reasons why. Number one, we have to remember that this person is in a strange place. These are tasks they would be doing on themselves if they were able to. It's very frustrating to have somebody else dress you. But if we're going to move somebody's body parts, they probably ought to know what we're doing with them, where we're going to put them, how that's going to work, so that because that unknown, that fear that sets in will cause them to stiffen up and resist. And that's ultimately going to make the skill longer for us. So involving the patient in every step of the way is a good idea. Now, the other reason you should talk the skills out is because it will remind you of what the next step is. But let's think about this for just a second, right? You could get away with just saying, hey, Miss Jones, I'm going to get you dressed for the day. Is that okay? And then not say anything more. You could do this entire skill silent. How awkward do you think that would be for the patient? Very awkward. Absolutely. So by talking to them, by telling them the steps that we're doing, it's going to help alleviate a lot of that awkwardness. Does that make sense? Somebody else?
When you're getting them dressed, do you still, like after they're dressed or whatever, do you still have to cover them with the sheet?
Great question. So remember during the closing, I said they have to be covered either with a sheet or with clothes, but they have to be covered. Generally speaking, once somebody is dressed, most people don't want the sheet back on. There's no real need for it, but we can ask, do you want the sheet? That's fine. You can ask, but it's not required. They just have to be covered. And the clothing does that.
With the gloves worn?
No, if you notice in this skill, I did not wear gloves, and that's because none of the glove criteria was met. I wasn't touching any blood or body fluids. I wasn't touching any personal skin. I never touched her skin up here. And I didn't touch any open skin. So because none of the criteria was met, I didn't need to wear gloves. Mm-mm. No. If I were in her groin area, yes, I would need them.
Did you touch the patient after touching dirty linens?
You mean when I took the privacy blanket away and pulled the sheet up?
Yeah, just her.
Yeah, and that's fine because it's the patient's cooties. Her cooties. We're not worried about her cooties so much. We're worried about bringing her other cooties. Any other questions? Those are great questions. Great questions. All right, last skill. You guys ready? This one's so easy. This is the end of this class is just like, oh, that's it? That one's easy. All right, so let's go to page 76. We are going to learn range of motion. Now, range of motion is exercise. That's what we're doing. We're exercising. And in order to exercise, we have to know three things. We have to know what exercises, we have to know what body part, and we have to know how many repetitions. So that's what we need to know in order to do this skill effectively. But if you look at our principles going down the side, we know everything we need to know for this skill. Nothing new to learn. We know to follow the care plan. We know to do the opening. We know to evaluate if we need gloves, and we know to do the closing. So the only thing we need to learn here is skills specific. Now down here at the bottom, you'll see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 4 minutes or less. And this is going to be done on a live testing student. So one of you might be a patient for this skill. That patient will be in bed. Charting is not required. But before I can show you how, we kind of have to talk a little bit about range of motion as a concept. So CNAs do not do exercises to make anything better. Not our job. We have a whole department for that. You guys know what department does exercises to make somebody better? Physical therapy. Now, physical therapists have to have a doctorate degree. Doctorate. 10 to 12 years of education to do exercises to make somebody better. How long are we here? That can't be us. 4 weeks, 10 to 12 years. That is not us. We are not doing exercises to make anything better. Even physical therapy assistants, the ones that work with the physical therapist, that's a 2-year degree. How long are we here? So that can't be us. We are not doing anything to make anything better. Not our role. What we are doing is exercises to retain the function that they currently have, not regain function they lost. Do you understand the difference between those two words? Now, it's important that you understand this because a lot of CNAs think, oh, I'm doing exercises, the patient is ill or injured, we must be doing exercises to make something better, and they start thinking about things like no pain, no gain. CNAs do not ever inflict pain. If you inflicted pain, you took a wrong turn somewhere. Back up. We don't do pain. We are simply trying to maintain range of motion that already exists. So let me give you an example here why we would do exercises like this. Let's talk about Frank. Frank and his brother Mike, both in their 70s, still super, super active. They go play tennis every Tuesday. Every Tuesday they go play tennis. And they're very competitive on that tennis court, extremely competitive. And on this particular day, Frank went to hit a volley and he wailed on that ball. And when he did, he felt something in his right shoulder give way. So off to the ER they go. ER doc says, good news, bad news. Bad news is you tore your right rotator cuff and you're probably right-handed. He says, yeah. He says, that's bad news. The good news is the surgeon has an opening tomorrow and can get you fixed right up. Frank says, sign me up. I can't go home like this. So he has surgery. And now he's in the hospital. And the discharge planner comes in after surgery and says, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I need this bed for people that are really sick. You have to be discharged. But you're going to need some help. That right shoulder, not working so well yet. You just had surgery. You can't drive. You're probably not going to be able to fix your own meals. You're probably going to need some help with showering and getting dressed. Do you have anybody at home that can help you with those things? He says, no, my wife passed away a couple of years ago. It's just me. She says, what about a rehab? Rehab, physical therapy on site. They can take care of, get your shoulder back up and running, no problem. And they've got pretty girls to do everything else for you. And he says, sign me up, I'll go. So here he is in our facility. And when he gets admitted, I go do a head-to-toe assessment. I'm looking for all real problems and all potential problems, and I create a care plan. Now, I know that we're going to be helping him with bathing and dressing and grooming. And if we're the ones helping him with that, how much work is that left arm going to be doing? Not much. Physical therapy is working with the right arm, getting it regained. You're doing everything else. So that left arm hanging out, not doing a whole lot. What do you think is going to happen to an arm or a joint that doesn't move a whole lot in 6 weeks? It loses muscle mass. That's called atrophy. And it also loses mobility. And that's called a frozen shoulder. So at the end of 6 weeks, we discharge them. We send them home. We fix the right arm, but we broke the left. Did we really help him? No. We're sending him home in the same condition he came in, just flipped. And that doesn't help him. So on my care plan, after I did my assessment, I am going to have range of motion, left shoulder. Physical therapy is going to take care of the right. That's their job. We are going to do exercises on the left to maintain what's already there so that at the end of all of this, he goes home with 2 working shoulders. And we actually do a good job. But that means that we don't do pain. So if we're exercising that left arm and we get to here and he says, ow, or he winces, or he grimaces, or he kind of stiffens up a little bit, which we do when we hurt. The next repetition, we're going to go all the way back down. The next one goes below the ow. We don't go to the ow. And then we go find a nurse and say, hey, we got to here and got ow. And they deal with the problem, not us. Good? Make sense? That is why range of motion is done. There's 2 types of range of motion. There's active and there's passive. Active range of motion means patient does it. We just tell them what to do. We make sure they're doing it right. So everybody stand up. If I asked you to extend your left arm over your head like you're asking a question, so bring it in front of you and go all the way up. Left arm all the way up. Get that elbow nice and straight. Reach for the sky. Bring it all the way down in front of you. Oh, let's do that again. All the way up and all the way back down. Oh, one more time. All the way up and all the way back down. That was active range of motion. I told you what to do. I watched you do it. I made sure you did it properly, but ultimately you're the one that did the work. Now, passive range of motion is when I do the work. Go ahead and have a seat. So when we're doing range of motion, we have to know which one are we doing, active or passive, and that will be in the care plan. The other thing that's going to be in the care plan are the actual exercises that we have to learn how to do. Remember that we always lift from below with a flat palm when we're moving an extremity. We're going to move slowly and smoothly, returning all the way to start. So if I'm doing range of motion on a patient and they have flexion extension, remember I told you to extend your arm above your head like you're asking a question? That's what we just did. Flexion extension, there's flexion, there's extension, flexion extension, right? So this is a full flexion extension. My arm goes all the way up, comes all the way back. If I did this, this is not a full flexion extension. We have to move slowly and smoothly and go all the way back to start for it to count. 3 different exercises. We just learned the first one, flexion extension. Straightening of a body part, bending of a body part. Good. I can flex and extend the elbow. This is flex, that's extend. I can flex and extend the wrist. Flexed, extend. You can flex, extend a lot of joints, but not all joints can move in all ways. We also have abduction, adduction. When you abduct a child, you take it away from its family. Don't do that. That's bad. But when you abduct an extremity, you take it away from its family. So to abduct my arm, I bring it away from the family. Now, if you notice, my hand ended up in the same place as flexion extension. but it's facing a different direction. This is abduction, adduction. This is flexion, extension, and they work different muscle groups. Stand up, and you're going to see this yourself. So first, we're going to do flexion, extension, so arm all the way up, palm forward, all the way back down. Now, bring it out like you're making a snow angel. Do you feel that there's different muscles that get exercised? Do you guys feel that? Some of you are popping like me. Good. So 2 different exercises. Even though the hand ends up in the same place, it's working different muscles. Now there's another exercise we have to learn, and that's rotation. Now, rotation is not a pitcher windup. A lot of people think it is. So real quick, do a pitcher windup of your arm. Just bring it all the way around. Do a pitcher windup, right? Feel what muscles that exercises. That is not rotation. If you bring your arm out, palm up to the side, roll that arm all the way over so your palm up backwards. Feel what that does inside your shoulder. That is rotation. Totally different. Go ahead and have a seat. Not all joints can move in all directions. For instance, my elbow, it's a hinge joint. It only does one thing. If you get an elbow to do anything other than this, you broke it. However, my wrist can move in all different directions. It can go up, down. It can go side to side. It can go around. Wrists are articulating joints. They can move in a lot of different directions. Your shoulder can move in a lot of different directions. It can do all of these, but not all joints can. So how do you think we know what body part, what exercises, and how many repetitions to do? How do you think we would know that? The care plan. So all we have to do is read it and follow it. That's it. So this care plan tells us to perform the following range of motion exercise to the resident's left shoulder. So what body part? Should I do the right too while I'm there? Why? Not in the care plan. So this tells us to do flexion, extension, that was up, down, and abduction, adduction, which was the whole side to side thing, snow angel. Provide 3 repetitions of each exercise. How many? Can I do 5? The resident is not able to help with the exercises. That makes it passive. We're going to do the work. So we're going to put an opening in front. Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to do some exercises on your left shoulder. Is that okay? Awesome. I'm going to close the curtain, wash my hands, and I'll be right back. When I come back, I'm going to lift the arm above the head like he's asking a question and back down to the bed 3 times. I'm going to bring the arm out to the side and back 3 times. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Is there anything else I can do for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Bed's in the low position. Environment is clean. Open the curtain. Here's your call light. Wash my hands. Read the care plan again. Make sure I didn't make any mistakes. And then tell the evaluator my skill is done. That's the whole skill. Any questions?
So with the exam, it could potentially not have rotation on it.
It's not potential. This is the care plan from the exam. Flexion, extension, and abduction, adduction is all they're going to ask you to do. No rotation. But if you notice, when I did this with you and when I ran through it with the patient, I always put the exercises in layman's terms. I'm going to bring your arm above your head like you're asking a question. Everybody knows what action that is, how to ask a question. I'm going to bring your arm out to the side like you're making a snow angel. Okay, it's a common, if I go in and say, okay, we're going to do flexion extension now, Your patient might get a little anxious because they don't know what that is, or does that hurt? That's the first question, does that hurt? But if we give it to them in terms they understand, I'm going to raise your arm above your head like you're asking a question. Their mind goes, oh, I can do that. I know what that is. That doesn't hurt. So put the exercises in terms that your patient can understand. Don't use a lot of big, fancy medical terms with patients. That may be fine when you're talking to other healthcare providers. But when we're talking to patients, remember we're supposed to be making them partners. And if you use a lot of medical terminology with your patients, they aren't going to feel like partners. They're going to feel below you. You're changing that power dynamic. Good? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. While we're doing this, we want to ask about discomfort. We also want to pay attention to the patient's facial expressions. If they're wincing, grimacing, that's pain. We don't do pain. We go below the pain on the next one. Go find a nurse and tell them we got pain. Watch your patients. But probably the number one thing that you're going to see is not on the face. It's they stiffen up. So here are your step-by-step instructions on page 77, along with your care plan at the top of the page. And these are our checkpoints. We want to support the extremity near the joints. We're going to lift from below with a flat palm. We move slowly and smoothly. We return all the way to the start position. Flexion extension was up, down. Abduction, adduction is side to side. Rotation is around. And we ask about and monitor for pain. No, that's not us. All right. So, Jake, can you please put range of motion video on so they can see the close-ups?
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm great. I need to do some exercises on your left shoulder. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain and go wash my hands. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to do a series of exercises. We're going to repeat each one 3 times each. The first one's going to be a flexion extension where I raise your arm over your head and back down to the bed, and we'll do that 3 times. Is that okay?
Okay.
I'll do all the work. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort.
Okay.
I'll stretch your arm out here to start. So we're going to raise it above your head and back down to the bed 3 times.
Okay.
Supporting at both joints. We're going to go all the way up and all the way back down. Feel okay?
Yes.
Any pain?
No.
We're going to go up again and all the way back down. That's 2. 1 more. Up and all the way back down. That's 3. Feel okay?
Yes.
All right, your next exercise is an abduction, adduction. We're going to swing your arm to the side and back in. We'll do this 3 times.
Okay.
Like you're making a snow angel.
Okay.
So we're going to go all the way up and all the way back down. That's 1. All the way up and all the way back down. That's 2. All the way up. Feel okay?
Mm-hmm.
And all the way back down. That's 3. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Can I get you anything, such as a magazine?
No. No.
Okay, your environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. I'll go ahead and open your curtain. And there's nothing else that you need?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
After washing my hands, I'll review all the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
All right. Questions? Boy, that is a super easy skill. We have 2 more range of motions that we're going to learn. They're both that easy as well. Throughout the program, we have 2 more that we're going to learn, but I would want a range of motion skill for the test, for sure, because they're super quick, 4 minutes max, super easy, not much there. I would want that. All right, homework tonight. You're going to be reading 2 chapters, not just one. Chapters 2 and 3, they're long. Not much I can do about that. It's going to take you probably about 2 hours of homework to read all of them. Try not to do it all at once. Study in small sessions. Do 10, 15 minutes of reading and then go do something else. And then do 10 or 15 minutes of reading and go do something else. Because that gives your brain time to digest what you just read. Have you ever read a whole bunch of pages and then realize you have no idea what you just read? That's because your brain hasn't had time to digest and it just went on autopilot. So the best way to study is in short blocks, 10 or 15 minutes, and then go do something mindless. Take a walk, play with your kids outside, do some dishes, fold some laundry. Things that don't require a lot of brain power, and that allows your brain to catalog what it just read. It'll do it subconsciously. You won't even be aware of it, but it improves recall for sure. Study tip for those of you going on. Any questions before we go? Any questions? Those are your review sheets. So, excuse me. You don't have to use them. I don't collect them. Those are yours. But it sums up everything we went over in class that day. If you do these review sheets when we hand them out, after each class session, when you go to test, remember you'll have time like in your car before testing to review. These review sheets are a great way of summarizing the entire course in 10 minutes. Just read the review sheets and it'll trigger what you learned that day. So the students, I just started using these about 8 months ago, and the students have come back after testing and said that these things have saved their bacon. That just having that 10 minutes of very focused, condensed information has made testing so much easier, and it improves the confidence when they go into test. Okay. So like I said, you don't need to use them. That's completely up to you, but we will give you one at the end of every class session. Those of you that are attending virtually, if you go to flcnatraining.com, all of the worksheets are there with each class. So you can go and download them. The same worksheets that the students are using, you have access to at home as well. So we will see you guys. I hope you have a great weekend. We will see you guys in class on Monday. Tuesday is the game show, so mark your calendars for that as well. We'll see you guys on Monday for class 3. We're going to be going over blood pressure. And until then, happy caregiving. Go do some fun this weekend. Bye.